heard of the 7 postures of Vairochana? Have you studied that in your meditation?
Yes.
Okay. Some have, not everyone.
We've given the class.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, but not everyone has heard. So among these are 7 postures that are useful in meditating if you're sitting cross-legged. If you're not sitting cross-legged, that's one of the postures. You could say the 6 postures. So one of them is sitting cross-legged, but amongst them are sitting so your arms are away, a little bit away from the body, hands at the navel. As some of you sit, you don't have to sit that way. You can sit with your hands on your knees or in other ways. But this is one of the postures that's found to be very useful for higher meditations. Main thing is to sit with the spine erect, head not completely, not back. You'll find yourself being distracted. If your head is too much forward, you'll be sinking a little bit. So eyes not completely open, nor completely shut. That's something that probably you know about, but may have found difficulty with. You want to let some light in. Focus down to a neutral area in the place in front of you. And physical postures, there's some others, but main thing is the mental posture, and that is to relax your mind. Remind yourself that you don't have to attend to anything else right now. And I'll ask you first, just relax your body. And then just watch your heartbeat for a moment. See if you can sense your heartbeat. Something very subtle. You don't have to create the heartbeat. Now simply switch your attention to your respiration. Just watch it. Recognize when you're breathing in and when you're breathing out. And whatever distraction might interfere with that, let go of your attention to that, whether it be things that you're seeing or hearing or feeling. Maybe there are thoughts, worries, or anticipations. Let go of those and focus on your breathing as though it was something very urgent that you had to attend to. Successively, gradually remove your attention away from your body sensations, the ear consciousness, the eye consciousness. Just focus on recognizing when you're breathing in and the end point of that inhalation, when it changes direction to the exhalation. Know that you're breathing out. And try to see the moment when it changes direction and you're breathing in again. add the added task of counting the respirations. One cycle in and out counted as one. This is the first inhalation. Now it's just changing direction. This is the first exhalation. And just changing. This is just the beginning of the second inhalation, like that. With your mind slightly pacified, your respiration slowed down, follow one breath as though it were going up your nostrils to the crown of your head, to your throat, to the middle of your chest, near your spine, the so-called heart chakra. Just leave your attention there. Sort of draw your attention inward and focus, rather than on your breathing, focus on your mind, mental consciousness. Turn your attention inward to the entity of the mind that you can recognize because of its contents, the thoughts, the emotional states, the judgments, the sense of I, ego, all occurring within that space of the mind. And like sitting at a cafe on the street watching the people go by, one part of your mind, just watch the thoughts. There might be some overlying, constant emotional state. Maybe a feeling, happy mind or unhappy mind. Perhaps it's just neutral. Is there a little bit of attachment? Wishing for something? Or antipathy or irritation? Doubt? Maybe that's a little bit like either the fog in the air or the smoke amongst the tables where you're sitting watching the people go by in the cafe. Something constant, but there are momentary movements throughout the mind, thoughts coming and going, observations, memories that are generated because of that juxtaposition of observations and other thoughts. See if you can get a feeling that the fact that these thoughts are coming and going freely is due to a certain nature of the mind. Its lack of any obstructing nature, any friction, you might say. Unlike trying to swim in a pool of honey or molasses, no resistance. The mind offers no resistance to thoughts coming or going. In between the thoughts, if there is a moment of quiet, try to focus on that. If you lose it, wait for the next one, hold that, see if you can elongate those moments of quiet, spaciousness of the mind. You don't have to wait for spaciousness to appear between thoughts. The very presence of thoughts implies that the mind has this unobstructed, clear nature, clear light nature. Let go of your attention to the thoughts and simply shift your attention to what you're beginning to understand is the nature of the mind within which those thoughts are rising. Depriving the thoughts of their life energy, which is your attention to them, they will begin to dissipate. This way, see if you can start to perceive the nature of the mind like a large body of water, or like the sky. Occasionally filled with some cloud-like thoughts or some fish-like thoughts. Whose nature is not stained by those clouds or those fish. Its nature is actually clear, unobstructing. See if you can enhance this concentration on the mind by withdrawing your attentions more from the senses, like an animal, a turtle withdrawing its limbs into its shell. Withdraw your attention down to your heart chakra, mental consciousness, just looking at itself, seeing its clear light nature. The nature of the mind has no color or shape. It's something that you're developing an intuition of. Its spaciousness, lack of obstruction. It's not a pure negative phenomena, just lacking obstruction. It's actually conscious, knowing, aware, clear in knowing. Let go of your attention to the body. The appearance of your body or the other senses to your mental consciousness are just appearing as images within it. Let go of your attention to those and just focus on the spaciousness of the mind within which, let's say, the appearance of the body is rising. If you see that for a moment, try to hold it. If it dissipates, again let go. Sense the spaciousness of the mind. Even the appearance of the mind right now is just that, an appearance to your consciousness, not yet touching the actual conventional nature of the mind. Even let go of that appearance and try to sense yet a more subtle, intuitive, direct experience of the mind. As you let go of the same way that you let go of your attention to the appearance of the body, let go of your attention to the sense of an observer that's separate from the mind. Think of the potential of this consciousness. All of the disturbing thoughts can be removed from it. Maybe just getting a little intuition of that, a little experience of that. Within this mind, we can develop all good qualities. We can develop real generosity. Real concern for the welfare of others, forbearance, patience, energy. We can certainly, over time, develop the ability to focus our attention and not be distracted. We can see here when thoughts are subdued, distracting thoughts, we can begin to focus the mind. And pay attention with our mind, not just to fall asleep, but to be consciously aware of what's happening, to develop our wisdom, to discriminate one thing from another. In our busy lives up till now, and from beginningless time, we've been distracted outwardly in the superficial events of this life and other lives, trying to accumulate what we thought would protect us from suffering, possessions, shelter, clothing, food, friendship. But those activities have never brought us the real happiness that we longed for, long-lasting, deep satisfaction. Right now, again, after perhaps a very long time, we have a human rebirth that's met the Dharma with all of our faculties intact. Let's not waste this opportunity anymore, at least this morning and this afternoon. Make a conscious decision. I'm going to try to focus my mind on healing myself. And beyond healing, overcoming my faults. Beyond that, to develop the good qualities that I'm capable of, to find real inner satisfaction. Not stopping even at satisfaction for this lifetime, but to develop the ability, the wisdom, to cut off the constant cycle that we experience again and again. Even within everyday life, sometimes happy, sometimes upset, irritated, distracted, acting compulsively, smoking, drinking, eating, seeking out companionship, distraction. I want to put an end to this. I have the capacity, this nature of mind to do that. I think to work for our own liberation from this cycle in a fundamental way, fundamental healing, to achieve at least what the Buddha called nirvana, a state beyond sorrow. But beyond that, recognizing that all living beings, some of whom now we find problematic, maybe enemies, or people that irritate us, all of them are exactly the same as us in wanting to be happy, having the desire to be free of suffering, just as our mind wants. They all have this capacity, they all have the right to achieve that. Throughout the tapestry of time, our mind stream has come close, woven together with different mind streams in different relationships, sometimes harmonious, sometimes unharmonious, but always changing. I think today I'm going to participate in the course, seminar, in order to reach my full potential, to work for the welfare, not just of myself, but the fundamental welfare of all living beings. Even one instant, one day of our life, to have that thought, to be doing this not just for ourselves, the present life, for future lives, but even beyond that, to be working for the welfare, fundamental welfare of all living beings, to achieve a state of enlightenment for their sake. I think I'm going to participate in order to achieve enlightenment for the sake of all living beings. And then slowly bring your attention back to the present. I will ask you, how was your How was your experience? Any observations? How was your experience? Pleasant. Okay. Concentrated?
At ease.
At ease? Not concentrated.
I'm not sure.
Okay. How we can be sure is if we start to develop a little bit of introspection, a little part of the mind watching all the time what's happening. Because we may remember sort of a general state, but one part of your mind watching whether you're being distracted, whether you're, to be aware whether you're concentrating on something. This gentleman, how was your concentration? Were you able to concentrate?
Yeah, I had to keep, I kept distracting myself and had to come back to what I was supposed to be doing.
Distracting yourself.
Yeah.
You mean
These
being
little
distracted?
thoughts keep popping up.
Yeah,
and-
okay. It wasn't so much that you wanted to distract yourself and you were, like sometimes you say, I want to distract myself from these worries. I'm going to watch TV. Not like that. There were things that were coming up,
Right.
being distracted. Yeah.
Mhm.
How did you, were you successful in taking your attention away from those distractions?
Yeah, but, you know, then they pop back up again. So
Right.
you have to-
So a crucial thing I mentioned before, and is a very useful observation that if you can have in your own experience, is although when you take your attention away from the thoughts, they may pop up again, they'll pop up with less frequency the more you take your attention away from them. They'll pop up with less urgency, less vibrancy. It's kind of two factors, how often they come up and how strongly they're appearing to your mind. As you take your attention away from them, it's the nature of our mind that those thoughts, distractions if you will be deprived of the energy that causes them to be there. Because it's our paying attention to something that prolongs its appearance in our mind. So if you can start to pay attention, say, to the clarity of the mind, it's something that we're not yet aware of. We have to sort of get an image of it and hold it. As you focus on it, it can become an object that remains in our consciousness for some time. We can focus on it, and the other thoughts, although they might arise within our mind, they can be more obviously apparent to us because we're focusing on the mind itself. If you're focusing on another object like the breathing or an image of the Buddha, let's say, which are good objects to focus on, sometimes the other thoughts are not quite as apparent. When you're focusing on the mind itself, the clarity of the mind, any kind of distraction is quite apparent because it's discordant with that. Unless you're starting to, fall asleep or lose the strength of your concentration. So I think if you can have that experience, I think that will be a good resource for you. The fact that you don't have to, the thoughts that are there don't have to distract you. As you take your attention away from them, they will begin to subside. That kind of ceasing of the thoughts is not going to be a permanent one, though, right? It's when you rise from meditation and you start to get distracted in everyday life and you're looking for the coffee and the newspaper and you're so forth, those thoughts may come back again, but they won't come back in quite the same uncontrolled way. As you start to look at your mind, you can start to realize what's happening in everyday life once in a while, even while you're, making breakfast or walking down the street or in the office. Just watch your mind for a moment. Turn your attention inward. And you can start to let go of these constant themes that we often think about. There might be themes of, what you have to achieve right now. Themes of maybe your insufficient abilities or, low self-esteem and so forth. You can start to let go of those. Okay. Anyone have a comment they'd like to, or an observation or question they'd like to ask about this? Yeah.
You, at one point, when you were talking about the expansiveness of the mind, you talked about thinking about something subtly behind it, something yet beyond it, which I found very intriguing, and I'm just wondering if you could just say a word or two about that.
Say, for instance, if we were trying to see the screen of a movie theater upon which a very interesting movie was being projected, say an adventure, or let's say a chick flick. you're really into, you're getting into the emotion, and at that point you're almost oblivious of the screen. So you're just caught up in that which is appearing on the screen. Let's say after some time you start to be able to project something less captivating to your emotions. Some less story, maybe just some colors that are just there, and you start to get a little glimpse of the fact that there is a screen back there. When you're not so focused on all of these dramatic things, but even letting go of that. And then you might have a sort of an idea, there's a screen back there. I don't, if you're in the movie theater, of course you can see the outline of the screen, but still you don't see the whiteness of the screen. Here what you want to do is even let go of your imagination of what that screen is, and by getting rid of all of the thoughts, actually perceive that white screen, you might say. So in watching the mind, there's the same thing. There's all of this drama taking place. We have our own, what were the soap operas, General Hospital going on in our mind. I can't think of what is it, Santa Barbara or something. I don't know what these different soap operas are called. We have all this going on in our mind. That's like the projection on the screen. Letting go of that and the distractions. Still, there's just, at first, we were only getting a mental image of what the nature of the mind is. To actually perceive that will take some time and effort. It's not something that will take place immediately, because it's something we have not investigated before. We haven't turned our attention with concentration and wisdom. So we're developing a mental image of it. Like I could, if the room were dark, let's say, or if I were blind, I could develop kind of a mental picture of what's on the table in front of me. I wouldn't have the whole depth of it yet, because if the room were dark, I couldn't see the colors or the textures exactly, but I could, maybe with my tactile sensation, I could begin to, okay, there's something here that, I get a mental image of that. But it's not the same as actually seeing it, let's say, with our eye consciousness, right? So in this case, the mental image that we're developing of the consciousness is yet just a mental image within our consciousness. So occasionally to let go, even though we think, oh yeah, this is kind of clear experience, this is going good, let go of that image and just see if you can perceive a finer, let's say a finer mental image as yet, maybe eventually touching the actual nature of the mind, the spaciousness within which all of these images are occurring. That's what I think I was referring to at that point. Does that resonate with you? Does that make sense?
My only thought is, or perception or whatever that is, isn't me. that it's something deeper and interconnected, something,
It isn't me, you said.
yes.
Yeah. So one of the central quests, one of the central inquiries in Buddhism is to inquire, what is me? You know, what is me? What's your name?
So,
Sam. You know, who is Sam? You know, what is Sam? You say, it is not me. Actually, is there's a sense of Sam. There's a sense of Alexandra, there's a sense of Jeff, there's a sense of, you know, George, Carrie, whatever, in our mind that seems to be somehow different than the consciousness. Well, it's different than the body, maybe the owner of the body, but somehow intimately related with it, because if you stick your finger with a thorn, you cut yourself on a piece of glass, you say, oh, I've been cut. You know, I hurt myself. There's some kind of identification with the body. When your mind experiences unhappy thoughts, you think, I'm unhappy. You're somehow partially identifying with the mind. You're not completely separate. There's not an I that seems to be intellectually completely separate from the body and mind, but it seems to be, in a certain sense, on an equal footing with them, kind of like the body and mind, except their owner, their controller. Sometimes in the Tibetan, when we're talking about this grosser sense of I, in the Tibetan tradition, sometimes they say, like a group of salespeople, there's one person who's the head salesperson, or salesman, saleswoman. It's almost like the I is the head salesperson. You know, the aggregates, the body, the feelings, the discriminations, all of these are also not completely of a different entity than the I, but the I has some kind of supremacy amongst them. It seems to be of you know, sharing their nature, but somehow different. That sense of I, and even more subtle versions of the I, are that which the Buddha recognized as appearing to us, definitely appearing to us, but devoid of the reality that we attribute to them. That's the meaning of selflessness, or no self, or we say emptiness. Okay. We'll talk more about that. But right now, this unit of the Discovering Buddhism, the main topic is talking about the investigation of death and the process of dying and how we take rebirth. And I touched a little bit on that last time, the importance of investigating this. Just to sort of summarize again, or recapitulate. What does that mean, recapitulate? Capitulate means to give up, doesn't it? Recapitulate. Anyway, have to check the dictionary. One of the most powerful insights, besides the realization of selflessness that can bring about our spiritual evolution, what we were just talking about, what Sam was talking about, emptiness, let's say, or what we were alluding to. Besides that, one of the most powerful insights is impermanence. The things that we experience in our everyday life are changing moment by moment. What we call subtle impermanence. It's something that we don't directly perceive. We don't perceive its subtle impermanence, because what arises moment by moment, say this rosary, as I look at it, what arises each moment although slightly different than the moment before, is so similar that our minds accede, go along with, assent to the fact that it seems to be permanent. We could call that permanent grasping. Grasping at permanence. Have you heard the word ego grasping? Some of you have, maybe.
Is it like self-grasping?
Yeah, self-grasping, yeah. So self-grasping is like talking about the self, in this case Sam, and your name is what?
Fidel.
Fidel.
Yeah.
Fidel grasping. So the sense of Fidel arising, and we don't disbelieve it. At certain points we do tend to really believe it firmly. You've hurt me, or I want this. A sense of a real Fidel back there. At other times that we wouldn't necessarily call it grasping, self-grasping, or maybe just assent, assenting to something, not ascending like walking up, going along with, or what's another word? Agreeing with, yeah, going along with. So we do the same thing with phenomena in the world that appear moment by moment they appear to be so similar to what was there the moment before that our mind goes along with that, agrees with that, assents to that, grasps to that. Intellectually, we could say, oh, I know this rosary is going to eventually disintegrate. I'll lose it. I don't know if you were here the other day. It turned out I put this in the washing machine the other day in my clothes. It came up much whiter than it had been. It's kind of purification. I take that as an auspicious sign. I've decided to take that as an auspicious sign. But intellectually knowing something and actually realizing it is quite different. We might even have an intellectual understanding that the I doesn't exist, but we haven't experienced that. And we might be grasping to the I, and we certainly grasp in a subtle way to things as being permanent, even though they're changing moment by moment. My teacher Lama Yeshe used to say that this is the understanding of impermanence is like an atom bomb that can destroy our delusions, can uproot our problems when you start to understand that. That's what's called subtle impermanence. But in order to understand subtle impermanence, let's say that we are changing moment by moment, that we can, even in an instant, change our ways, our mind. In order to understand that, you have to be aware of the fact that there is also a gross end to this life. It's like if you understood that this thermos would eventually break or be destroyed, that's what's called gross impermanence. So it's like, say, if you drop a coffee mug on the ground and it shatters. There's an experience. You see that, and you're, oh, it broke. Yeah. That's an experience of gross impermanence. This is a doorway to understanding subtle impermanence when we start to have an actual experience of gross impermanence. You might say, well, I can experience gross impermanence. Let's go outside in your car, George, and I will break the windows and puncture the tires. You can consciously see that, but in your own experience of your own self, we can start to have an understanding and a realization of our own eventual death. That's an example of gross impermanence applied to the human being, to yourself, that you'll eventually die. until we realize that, it's going to be very difficult to realize subtle impermanence, which is going to be the real, almost like emptiness, almost like realizing emptiness to overcome our problems. Because this is one approach, this is one reason for understanding death. But in another sense, does anyone have this book? When I say this book, it looks like there's two books. It's exactly the same material inside, just the publishers have given different titles. I'm a little bit insidious about even Dharma publishers coming out. Alexandra, do you have some books that you've seen in the store sometime you already have, and you say, oh, look at that new book, and you open it up and it's been retitled. Anyway, this is this is one of the supplementary readings. Do some of you have this? Anyone have this? No? If you have a chance, it's on the supplementary reading by the Dalai Lama. One is called Mind of Clear Light, Advice on Living Well and Dying Consciously. Also republished more recently on Advice on Dying and Living a Better Life. Same thing. Here, His Holiness, this is very good if you have a chance to read it as we're going through this course. Here, His Holiness also mentions, as we know from the general literature in Tibetan Buddhism, what we call the stages of the path, the Lam Rim. One of the reasons for meditating on death and impermanence at the place it occurs in the stages of the path is previously we've tried to recognize what we have right now, a life of leisure and endowment. Have you heard that expression? Freedom, leisure or freedom, you can say, freedom from being unfree, freedom from being a hell being, freedom from being an animal. Leisure, in a sense, we can sit back and relax for a certain, we're not oppressed by the constant suffering or constant ignorance of states that we have experienced and will experience again and again. We've got a certain amount of freedom or leisure right now. And also we have all of the necessary factors, inner and outer factors, to achieve spiritual realization. We're endowed with them right now. You don't need to have an endowment of millions of dollars. You don't have to be endowed with a high-paying job or movie star appearance or what do they call it? Washboard abs? Is that the term?
Yeah.
Washboard abs. In order to achieve spiritual realization. We have what we need. We have a life of, a human being in a religious country that accepts spirituality to a certain extent. We're not totally oppressed. The Buddha has appeared in the world, in this case 2,500 years ago. He not only appeared as an inspirational figure, he actually taught the Dharma, said to have turned the wheel of Dharma. That means to have expressed the Dharma in many different ways, in many different levels. I think today, when people come to where I've been living the last 6 years, 7 years, to Deer Park, and I mentioned at the top of the monastery there's a wheel, image of a wheel between two deer. That represents the wheel of Dharma, the Dharma chakra. Have you heard of that? It said the Buddha turned the wheel of Dharma when he began to teach. And I sometimes think at the time of the Buddha, 2,500 years ago, the wheel was still a big thing. Wheels, carts, movements, and so forth. I think if the Buddha or if Christ appeared today, they would probably be tweeting the Dharma. So the Buddha tweeted the Dharma, turned the wheel of Dharma. Those teachings still exist, and they are, not only do they exist, there are individuals in the world today that are practicing them and actualizing them. and moving along that path to become noble beings, Arya beings. So we have an incredible opportunity right now that we can tend to waste on our concern with the superficial appearances of this life. You know, friendships, success in business, you know, whether we've got all the pleasures we could be having. We're told constantly again and again, bombarded by advertisements about, you know, more and more pleasures we could have if we had enough money or if we had enough influence or if we did the right things. So recognizing what this life could be used for to make spiritual realizations, not just for our happiness this lifetime, but for the future lives. There's a lot of discussion in the Buddhist communities, Western Buddhist communities, about whether you have to accept reincarnation or not. What do you think? Has anyone here realized reincarnation? We all have, many of us have a doubt. Some people might be very sure that there are past lives, that they will have future lives, but most of us will have a certain kinds of doubts about that. But still, we, maybe on the basis of a certain confidence in the Buddhist path, we're open to the possibility. That's important because without understanding that there's something that comes after this, it's very difficult to practice the Dharma in a very pure way. Because from a Buddhist perspective, the minimum criterion for the practice of Dharma is that our actions are based on working not for the happiness of only this lifetime. And I say we can work for the happiness of this lifetime, but not only for the happiness of this lifetime, but for the happiness of future lives. That's the minimum criteria. Criterion. Were you going to correct me?
No.
Oh, okay. Singular. Does that sound, almost sometimes we think, well, then I can't practice Dharma because I don't believe in, I'm not completely convinced of past and future lives. But opening up that possibility in our mind, working not just for the happiness of this lifetime, working instead to create the causes for a continuity of human lives, let's say, or higher status lives, in which we can continue to practice the Dharma until we achieve liberation, until we achieve nirvana, or, from a Mahayana perspective, until we achieve enlightenment. So even the bodhisattvas who were working for that goal, very, very distant goal in the future, they still accumulate the necessities of life. But they do so in a different way than we do. We accumulate the necessities of life and food and so forth. We have, perhaps, I don't have, but you might have, many different types of wine in your cellar. There's some people, no, I don't think any of you have. But you know what I'm talking about. It's different, to taste all of the different kinds of, I've seen I don't think I've ever seen anyone do it in real life, but someone on TV, they're saying, little taste of cinnamon, a little rose petal. They're discriminating all of the different flavors in there. That's what their life is, enhancing just the experience of this lifetime. A bodhisattva would perhaps not be interested in that as much, if at all, but using wine because it might be healthy. A certain amount of wine supposedly helps to prevent what? heart disease, cancer, I don't know, whatever.
cholesterol.
Whatever. So, and if it was the very best wine or not, he wouldn't be disappointed, or she wouldn't be disappointed. It's just like, excuse me, this wine is not good. Being bummed out. So recognizing that the place of the meditation on death and impermanence also has this aspect. To recognize that this life that we have now, that can be used right now to develop spiritual realizations, renunciation, developing compassion and love, eventually bodhicitta, the development of wisdom, of impermanence, and eventually emptiness. All of this is what we could achieve with this lifetime. For the sake of even achieving realizations of nirvana this lifetime, perhaps even achieving enlightenment this lifetime, if we have the right karmic instincts in the past. But eventually to create the causes to continue on that, that's our goal in the future. Whereas we're distracted with these, what from a Buddhist perspective are meaningless activities. The wine, all of the different kinds of wine and flavors and how many friends we can have and whether our team won the Super Bowl or so many, whether your fortune is going up or going down this lifetime. We're really concerned about that because what we really lack is this understanding of death. That this lifetime, if we have to see it in perspective. The understanding of death is not something that's morbid. The Buddhists are concerned with in a morbid way. I was thinking about death and becoming like prunes, the alabaster complected monk or nun that taught you in school or something that was always disciplining you and always talking about hell and death and no, it's something that can open up your mind to the fact that you've got this incredible opportunity right now, but it will come to an end. And after this lifetime, there's no certainty that you're going to have another opportunity like this for a very, very, very long time. You don't agree?
Yeah, I do agree. I
Oh.
just feel badly about it.
Oh.
I was hoping, if I made you hungry, but I know what you're saying.
yeah.
I've heard that before.
There is a famous, in that meditation, which you may have done if you've been following Discovering Buddhism units on the life of leisure and endowment, you might call the perfect human rebirth. There's one analogy that's used, how rare a life like this is. As rare as it is for a blind turtle or a tortoise. What is it? Which is the one that lives in the water? Turtle. Okay. Blind turtle. Huh? As rare as it is for a blind turtle who comes to the surface of the ocean once every 100 years, just for a gulp of air, comes up to the top, goes back down again. As rare as it is to stick his, let's say you call him a male turtle, because guys are usually dumber, right? As rare as it is for that turtle to stick his head through a hoop, golden ring that's floating on the surface of the entire ocean, of the whole world. He comes up most of the time. If the golden hoop is here, he comes up. Even if it's here, he's down at the bottom of the ocean. How rare it is to be synchronized, to come up through that loop. That's as rare as it is to find a life of leisure like this that we have, and a life of leisure and endowment, or we call perfect human rebirth. I'll show you a photo of a picture that one of my students did in Madison. In fact, she'll be coming one of these weekends just to visit, artist. It's very nice. She loves turtles, and when she heard of this analogy, she actually painted this blind turtle coming to the surface. There's a little ring on the top of the ocean. I hope we can publish it sometime. So the meditation on death has also this significance in energizing us. It's not something morbid. Energizing us to realize what we have right now not only is of value, but it has a duration that will end, definitely end, and will end soon, sooner than our mind would like to think. Is there anyone in this room who will live another 80 years? You have to calculate. Now, how old are you? You're probably one of the younger. How old are you?
I'm turning 40 next month.
Oh, you look very young. Okay, well, maybe you're the youngest one. How old are you?
43.
43. Is anyone younger than 43? How about back there? How old are you?
33.
33. Will you live? Okay, you may be the youngest, unless one of the other ladies wants to claim. Will you live another 80 years?
Possible.
Well, how old would you be?
13.
113.
That's possible.
Okay, yeah, right, it's possible. Okay, good. It's possible. Yeah, you read, I think maybe the oldest person in the world just died a couple of, how old is the oldest person in the world right now? Maybe 118 or 120 or something? It's possible. But most people, okay, 90, will you live another 90 years? Another 100 years? Probably, let's see, definitely
Next
not.
lifetime.
Pardon?
Next lifetime.
Next lifetime, maybe.
Oh yeah, we're all getting much older.
From a certain point of view, people may seem to be getting older, but you have to weigh that. You have to have a little bit of skepticism. One of the things that seemingly allows us that we're having longer lifespans. Maybe the average lifespan now in the United States is longer than it was 50 years ago, right? Is that something that you're referring to?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think that the average lifespan could keep on expanding?
They said they would project that.
They said that, right?
Yeah.
They
project it.
They. Who is the they? Okay. So, from a Buddhist perspective, what we are experiencing now is not. This is a Buddhist point of view. Is not an elongation, making longer of the lifespan, but eliminating the hindrances to live out our full lifespan. Right now, at the time when the Buddha appeared in the world, it said that the average lifespan, karmically, of living beings was about 100 years. And since then, the average lifespan is going down. Doesn't mean that no one lives more than 100, but the average lifespan is less than that. But many people don't live that average lifespan. There are factors that arise that prevent them from experiencing what was thrown at the time of birth. They might enter into a life with the capacity, let's say, to live 98 years. But they have an accident when they're 23, car accident, they die. Some other karma intervened. We'll be talking about that in the meditation on death. They may be very interested in eating some fine food and choke on it and die. They may scratch themselves on some poisonous plant, become infected, some little teeny scratch, or be bitten by is it a mite that gives Lyme's disease? Lyme disease? Tick. You might not even notice it, and you can die from that. The editor, the translator of these volumes, Jeffrey Hopkins, almost died of Lyme disease. I always want to call it Lyme's. It's just Lyme disease.
It's Lyme.
Lyme disease. One of our members has Lyme disease, Jody, in the family with whom I'm staying. We can die, for various reasons, we may not live that full extent. So as medical science and Western techniques and so forth, maybe the shelter and the other kinds of things that we have, can prevent other karma from ripening. We can, from a Buddhist perspective, we can live longer of that projected lifespan. But from a Buddhist perspective, our lifespans are not getting longer. So you might like to argue that and talk to those people that said the lifespan is getting longer. From a Buddhist perspective, sure, the average lifespan is getting more because these discordant factors that can cause us to be, have accidents, to die of cancer and other things before our full karmic lifespan is there. Those are being eliminated. Okay, so this is some of the background about why we're studying about this. Now, one of the first meditations that we do in order to start to investigate this topic is a twofold analysis, analyzing the disadvantages of not being mindful, not remembering death. We understand, I don't want to think about death. Okay, one time, I'm going to listen to you one time, then I'll listen to your spiel, and then I don't want to think about it all the time. But from a Buddhist perspective, it's something that is what energizes the practice. Even meditators, the Dalai Lama mentions, meditators who go off into seclusion to meditate for a long period of time, motivated by death and impermanence, that eventually this life is going to end. They want to take advantage of it. If they don't keep on meditating on death, keeping that in mind, their enthusiasm can kind of peter out, kind of subside over time. So it's something that even when we've understood it, we have to keep in mind again and again. So there are 6 advantages, qualities of remembering death, and 6 disadvantages of not remembering death. So we're going to talk about some of that today. So I'm just going to mention one, and then we'll take a little break. So maybe we should take a break right now. Let's take a short break. It's 11:45. We're going to 12:30, right?
Yes.
So if you need to stretch, go to the bathroom. We'll take about a 4 or 5 minute break. Being mindful of death, remembering death. You could use it either word. This word mindfulness comes about a lot in Buddhism, and people have different ideas what it means to remember death. One of the first disadvantage of not remembering death, the first disadvantage of not remembering death is that we won't think of the Dharma. Okay? So in order to understand what this means, we have to understand what Dharma means. Do you all know what Dharma means?
The truth.
Sure? You say sure?
The truth.
Oh, the truth. The truth. Okay. So by that definition, if we don't remember death, we won't remember the truth. I'm not sure. That might be, this is a certain meaning. What do you say?
Also the teachings.
The teachings. We won't remember the teachings, okay. How about back there? What's your name? Way in the back, the last row there. What's your name?
Paloma.
Paloma. Do you know what Dharma means?
I'm not too clear.
Okay. So Dharma is an Indian word, right? And there was a TV program some years ago, Dharma and Greg. I'm not sure if there was. I'm not sure if that was involved in the series. I think I watched one episode once. Was that
Her
anything?
parents were
No.
hippies.
Okay.
No, that was just her
But
name.
she was listening.
Okay, her parents were hippies, so she was called Dharma. That was her name. I was thinking it was his name. Okay. She was a yoga teacher. Okay. So Dharma is an Indian word that comes from a root. I think like Hebrew, some other languages, the root is drir, which means to hold up. So Dharma means that which upholds, and it has many different meanings. In a certain sense, Dharma, your Dharma is your what you have to uphold in life, your responsibility. Like, there's no one Indian right here, right? There was an Indian, some Indian people the other day. Your dharma might be, for instance, what you have to, your responsibility in life. You have to take care of your parents. A certain sense, and when you're a child, you have to obey your parents. When you're going to school, you have your dharma is to study. When you become a householder, either to take care of the home or to make your occupation, that's your dharma. You have to do right as you grow older, to take care of your parents and so forth. And that's one sense of what upholding. It's used in Indian society. Another sense of dharma is that which holds you up from suffering. Okay, holds you up from suffering. Now, in the course of talking about the previous unit, we may have talked about the 8 worldly dharmas. Did you use the word dharma in that case, or 8 worldly concerns?
Mm-hmm.
8 worldly dharmas. Excuse me. 2 sets of 4. Craving to have pleasure of the senses. We think that holds us up from suffering. That's a worldly dharma. The worldly dharma meaning pleasure of the senses. So craving to have those. Craving to have possessions and resources and so forth. Wealth. Because that's, if you have wealth, you can have the pleasures, you can go on vacation, so forth. Life is, you think life is, that will hold me up from suffering. To have reputation, to be held in high esteem by others. Also to be loved, even by an intimate, even if you're not held in high esteem, you're not famous by others, to be loved by even a small group of people, by just your small coterie or by your family. These are called the worldly dharmas. They are what ordinary people like ourselves, up till now, and maybe even still, permeates our minds. We think that's what will protect us from the torrent of mud and suffering down here, hold us up. But the Buddha talked about the Saddharma, the holy dharma. There's a famous sutra called the Saddharma Pundarika Sutra. Saddharma means the holy dharma. So the holy dharma, or let's say the noble dharma, is what really holds us from suffering, holds us back from suffering. That's what's talking about here. So, in a sense, you could say it's the teachings. What is the dharma, by the way? When we talk about taking refuge, we take refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Do you know that?
On the path, the transcending path. Bob Thurman says pattern transcending is the more liberated Buddhist aspect, whereas in Sanskrit, in old Indian usage, he said that dharma could mean more like social order, religion, law, duty, custom.
Yeah, okay.
And those are
That's what we're just talking about.
pattern maintaining, whereas he says that Buddha really talked about pattern transcending.
Patterns transcending. You must be from New York.
No? Bob Thurman.
Oh, okay. No.
He's in New York.
Yeah, I'm just teasing.
Columbia.
I'm just teasing. Okay. Pattern transcending. Okay. There are different ways you can interpret, in different ways. From the sense of Buddhism, the holy dharma that we're talking about here, when we take refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha, is that which really protects us from suffering, not just what superficially protects us from suffering. Because possessions, pleasures of the sense, well, let's say the pleasures that you've experienced up till now, although we craved for them and we worked for them, by remembering the pleasures that you had, let me ask you, what's your name? Annie. By remembering the pleasures that you had, all of the good food you had, when you really are craving for food now, is that memory enough to
It's worse.
It's worse. You know, remembering the lovers we might have had in the past
Worse.
when we're lonely. Oh, I think I struck a chord. You know, the wealth that we have can change in a moment. It doesn't ensure our happiness. In fact, oftentimes it becomes a cause of more worry. When the stock market's going up, you're constantly worried, or you have to protect your wealth and so forth. None of these, even fame or love, are not, you know, although we might think in a romantic sense. When I say romantic, I don't mean just in a carnal romantic, you know, one-on-one romantic, but, you know, just like talking about a person who's a romantic might think that love is something which is what life is worth living for. For you to experience love yourself. But often, when we talked the other day, often what we mean by love is no different than I love kapsi. This is a Tibetan New Year kind of donut kind of thing they call kapsi. I love kapsi, or I love chocolate. You know, I love you. Annie, I love you.
I love you too.
Yeah. What we mean by that is that you please me like chocolate or peanut butter, you know, and therefore, if I please you, you know, if you quote love me, then we'll form our little, you know, circular thing, and we'll please one another. But from a Buddhist perspective, from a religious perspective of many religions, what love really means is to want the other person to be happy, not just to want yourself to be happy. We're conflating the two. So worldly dharmas from a Buddhist perspective are things which they're cheating us. They don't really bring about what we really want. What we really want is to find happiness, but not just happiness, deep happiness. And not simply deep happiness, but long-lasting deep happiness. None of the worldly dharmas can provide that. So the Buddha talked about the sadharma, that which can protect you from suffering. So what can really protect you from suffering, this is what I ask you, when we take refuge in Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. So what is the Dharma? I don't know what I didn't understand if Bob was talking about in the case of refuge. But what really protects us from suffering is not the simple teachings, you know. If it's raining, of course, that can protect you from the rain, or that's not the meaning, you know. Or you simply invoke the Dharma. I take refuge in the Dharma, and that will protect you from suffering, as though the Dharma is some entity out there. The Dharma represents, well, there are two kinds of Dharma. The realizational Dharma and the scriptural Dharma, right? You've heard this before. Scriptural Dharma is that which is written down and which can be understood intellectually and offered to others, and even understanding the scriptural Dharma can be of great benefit intellectually. But the realizational Dharma is when you put the Dharma into practice in your own mind. Let's say realizing impermanence and death. That can really protect you from suffering. Because when something happens, you can say, doesn't matter. I remember once at Kopan, when Lama Yeshe was alive, Lama Zopa was his disciple, and one of the students had offered to make statues of the 21 Taras. I'd offered an original statue of Tara that this one lady had used to make a wax model of. You know how what's called a lost wax process to make statues? Have you ever heard? You ever heard of it? They make something out of wax. You'd make an impression of that either in plaster or sand. You take, and then you would,
The same thing.
Not necessarily. Say for instance, you had this wax thing you put in plaster, and you let the liquid plaster, you let it harden. Maybe there's a hole at the bottom. You put that in a fire, and then the wax would melt, lost wax, and you'd be left with the sort of the negative image of that, which then you could fill up with brass or something like that. Called it making statue by the lost wax process. So anyway, she made this beautiful Tara, and she had left to go off somewhere to have the statues made, but in her rush in the taxi, she'd left the statue in a cardboard box underneath the Bodhi tree at Kopan, where the taxis come at that time. And during the course of a course I was giving, at breakfast time, I noticed this box. I opened it up and I saw the thing in there, but because it had been out in the hot for many days, some of the things had fallen off. The ornaments had fallen off, the ears had fallen off, you know, because it was made of wax. There were things that were added on. So I brought it upstairs to Lama Zopa, who was on the roof of the temple at Kopan, with Lama Yeshe. And Lama Zopa was going, oh, no, is really taking the aspect of being very upset. And Lama Yeshe looked at me and said, doesn't matter, Zopa. You may not, that may not mean, but it's just sort of like suddenly Lama Zopa sort of sobered up, and sort of like all of the emotion was gone. Maybe you could understand just in terms of impermanence. Everything's impermanent. Maybe he was also talking about understanding emptiness from a deeper sense. I'll say, doesn't matter. We were talking about Sam before. When you grasp the things too much, understanding emptiness can help you to let go of that emotional worry and grasping. So the realizational Dharma is that which really protects us from suffering. And of the realizational Dharma, there are different kinds of realization. We say impermanence, or realizing the great value of the perfect human rebirth, realizing karma, realizing the Four Noble Truths. What really ultimately protects us from suffering. You've heard of the Four Noble Truths? Have you studied? It maybe hasn't been in the units yet.
No, not in the units.
So in the Four Noble Truths, the last two Noble Truths are called the truth of cessation and the truth of the path. You can say true cessation, true path. You've heard? Those are the actual Dharma jewel. That's what really protects us from suffering. Ceasing the cessation of grasping to the ego and to the findable kind of world that we grasp to. And the path is the meditation that brings that about. Meditation on emptiness. That's the actual Dharma jewel. But the Dharma, you can say the realizational Dharma includes many other realizations that help to get you to that point. That's what really protects us from suffering. So, if you don't remember death, you won't remember the Dharma. We're talking about the Sadharma. It doesn't mean you won't remember to buy enough food, because that worldly Dharma is what will give you. It doesn't mean that. It means you won't remember the holy Dharma. The holy Dharma, not just the teachings. Carrie, you were saying, in one sense you were saying Dharma can mean teachings. And indeed, sometimes Dharma can also mean practices. Okay? The different kinds, I'm practicing Dharma. I'm prostrating, or I'm making water bowl offerings, or, doing different kinds of things, doing pujas. If you don't remember death, if you don't keep that in mind, there will be a tendency of us not to remember the Dharma is that which will really protect us from suffering. So we won't turn our mind to the Dharma. Why? Because if we don't remember death, we don't have a feeling of the finite nature of this lifetime, and we might put off the practice. We might not even think of the necessity to practice Dharma. Because we're not even thinking of impermanence. We have no sense of this. I'd suggest taking you know, in the supplementary reading, what the things that I may touch on, various points of these different points, are not totally exhaustive. You may find other presentations of the points, something that will augment what I say or make more clear, or maybe, you know, be much more precise to you. So it's always good to read other presentations of these. There's not one presentation of all of this. So if you don't remember death, if you're not mindful of death, you won't remember the Dharma. Then, second, even if you think about the Dharma, if you don't remember death, you won't think to practice it, put it into practice. You know, you might know that there is an antidote to anger, but you won't, if you don't remember death, you won't be impelled to put it into practice. I remember talking to one of my teachers many years ago about some problem I was having. I'm not sure if it was anger or, I think it was anger, attachment, anger. And he said, you know, the Dharma is like medicine that can cure your diseases, your mental afflictions. If you have a big bag of medicine and you carry it on your back, nowadays, this is kind of Tibetan, they always these big pills, so they don't talk about that. Nowadays, if you have your little packet of your medicine and you don't take it, it's not going to help you. Right? Like I just recognized the other day, I haven't been taking my miniature aspirin every day. You know, what do they say? There's how many milligrams? I can't remember. 54 milligrams or something.
81.
81. Thank you. You've been taking your medicine. You've remembered death, and therefore you've not only remembered the medicine, you've been taking it. Okay, so this is a good example. Here, the real medicine is not just that 84 or 81 milligrams of aspirin, but the sadharma, the holy dharma, to put that into practice. So what that would mean is, you know, of course, we're not at a point yet where we have realization of emptiness, cessation of our delusions, or that we have a meditative equipoise that realizes emptiness, the real, ultimate Dharma. But we have the Dharmas that lead to that. We have some realizations in our own mind that can help to overcome our delusions. Have you encountered the text by Shantideva, the Bodhisattva Charyavatara? No, you haven't heard of that? It's sometimes Bodhisattva means an individual who is courageously working for enlightenment. It's the archetypal Mahayana saint, as opposed to the practitioner of the Hinayana path who's mainly seeking their own nirvana. That individual, when they achieve that state, they're called an arhat. The Bodhisattva is an individual who's working for enlightenment. Okay? So Bodhisattva Charya means activity, actions or behavior. Avatara means entering. So Bodhisattva Charya Avatara means entering into the activities of the Bodhisattva. Kind of like the Bodhisattva's handbook. I like to refer to it as the spiritual commando guide. Because I think a Bodhisattva, maybe Bob would like this terminology. Bob Thurman.
Cosmonauts.
Cosmonauts, yeah. Into the space of non-dual reality, yeah. Launched into the state. Okay. Spiritual commando. A commando is someone who does dangerous things for supposedly a good purpose. I mean, when we talk about our commandos, the other enemy's commandos are doing bad things to us. But the spiritual commando is someone who's a bodhisattva, someone who's working for this very difficult, arduous goal. Spiritual commando's guide. Anyway, in that, Shantideva gives many, many antidotes drawn from the Buddhist scriptures of the various delusions. How to overcome attachment, how to overcome anger. The chapter on patience, for instance, is one that His Holiness, the Dalai Lama, teaches just that chapter sometimes because it's so, anger is one of our worst enemies. and to understand the Dharma practices, the antidotes. To simply one line near the beginning of the chapter says, if there's something you can do about the situation, there's no need to be unhappy. If there's nothing you can do about the situation, what need is there to be unhappy? So the connection with anger is, anger always arises from an unhappy mind. It's a precursor to anger. Something has irritated you to some degree, has made your mind unhappy. If there's nothing you can do about the situation, there's no need to be unhappy. Therefore, there's no need to get angry. Anger is a state, not just that it's trying to right some wrong, but anger is a state of mind which has lost its clarity and really has no freedom and is impulsively doing things that you might later regret. If there is something you can do about the situation, there's no need to be unhappy. Just do it. So that kind of understanding is a Dharma practice that you can put into practice if you remember death. If you're mindful of death. If you're not mindful of death, there might be no imperative to put these things into practice, the Dharma teachings that you've heard. You've read the Commando Guide, Bodhisattva Charyavatara. You might think, yeah, that's great. And then be attached, being angry, and so forth, not putting the things into practice. Third disadvantage of not remembering death. So if you don't remember death, you won't think of the Dharma. Even if you think of the Dharma, you won't put it into practice. Thirdly, even if you put it into practice, you won't necessarily practice consistently. So this is alluding a little bit earlier to what I was talking about when His Holiness mentioned sometimes people would enter into a long retreat. They would leave the world. They're carrying their little bag of sampa on their shoulder up to a cave, renouncing the world. But then after a couple of weeks, they'd come back. They didn't really have a deep understanding of death and impermanence. Even if you're in retreat for some time, unless you remember that death is coming, and may come at any time, you won't continue to practice with the same degree of sincerity and intensity that you did perhaps at the beginning, when you were motivated, perhaps by a realization of death and impermanence. That's one of the things that often is a motivating factor for people going into, leaving the life of the ordinary world and going into seclusion to meditate. So if you don't remember death, you won't remember the Dharma. Even if you remember it, you won't necessarily put it into practice. Even if you practice, you won't practice consistently. Even if you practice consistently, if you don't remember death, you won't practice purely. What does pure Dharma practice mean? Pure Dharma practice means one that's not mixed with the thought of the 8 worldly concerns or 8 worldly dharmas. So your Dharma practice, you might think, for instance, oh, I should be practicing generosity. That is a Dharma practice. Somehow that has come to mind. Maybe because you go to a Buddhist center, you see other people doing that. You haven't even thought of death necessarily. And you try to practice generosity. But your generosity is mixed with the thought of worldly concern. Whether other people notice that you are being generous. What happens in the world when when people are generous? Oftentimes they want to have their name on a plaque on the building they've given, or have you noticed? You give money to the Red Cross, you want to make sure that your name is on the list of donors, or to the symphony, you want to make sure that your name is on the list of donors. Even for the Dalai Lama's teachings, there's a list of donors. Some people don't even want to be on that. They'll just put anonymous because they want to They don't want to be mixing their practice with the thought of worldly dharma. Not necessarily everyone whose name is on the list is not a pure practitioner, but perhaps some of them, one of the motivating factors, besides being generous, was also that the esteem that you will be held by others. Do you know what I mean?
Of course.
I remember once at Kopan when the first meditation course I attended in 1974, Jeff had been there in 73, our elder statesman here. You weren't at the fall course in 74, right? You were at the spring 74. It's in the fall course. I remember there was this one guy named, we called him Yogi, Delster Pryor. None of you know Delster. You know him, Yogi. He was eventually became a monk, but he was cleaning out the water bowls after he was emptying the water bowls and cleaning them, and then the next day filling them up again. And usually, what you do with the water bowls, part of the practice, especially if they're metal, as they were sometime in Tibet, they didn't have nice crystal bowls like this, is that you would clean them with some, brasso, or maybe in Tibet there would be some mud or something you'd clean to take off the tarnish. So you're actually offering in a beautiful vessel to the Buddha. You prepare that way. And also, there's a discipline of fumigating them with incense and so forth, and making sure they're clean, and putting a little bit of water so you don't place an empty vessel on the altar. There's all different kinds of disciplines in making offerings. So he was getting ready to offer, and he had cleaned the bowls before, and he said, "Oh, look at this! In one day, they become dirty. They become tarnished." Now, I think I've given you the wrong story. I was telling you this was not something of my mistake in this one. Here's one, worldly dharma. Mine. Mixing with worldly dharma. The Sangha had, the Koban monks and nuns had found some place to live in Dharamsala. This was many, many years ago. And while the Sangha were off doing other chores, buying groceries and stuff, I was tasked with cleaning the floor of our new gompa, our new temple, washing and waxing. And I was waxing and washing, and when they came back, other people came in, and they just ignored this beautiful job that I'd done, And I remember thinking, saying, "Well, don't you see the floor? Isn't the floor nice?" Whatever virtue I might have accumulated by actually offering to the Sangha was, I think, very much mixed with the thought of worldly, the esteem that others might have. "Oh, good job. Oh, you're an excellent polisher. You've done such good work." Many times we can see like that our activities, even our Dharma activities, even if we do them consistently, well, even if we don't do them consistently, they're mixed with this thought of the 8 worldly dharmas, so they don't become pure practice. What do you think? Is it still of value? Well, the main, if you do a practice that's, your motivation, perhaps, for the practice is some worldly concern. If your main motivation was just for worldly concern, from a Buddhist perspective, it doesn't even become a karmic action that will bring happiness in the future lifetimes. Have you heard of Atisha, the famous saint who wrote the prototype of the Lanrim literature, Indian Lama that came to Tibet? So Atisha was a very pure practitioner, and Atisha said, any action that's mixed with the evil thought of the 8 worldly dharmas, this sort of inferior thought of the 8 worldly dharmas, will lead to rebirth in the lower realms. doesn't even become, the cause of happiness that we think of in the future. If that's our main motivation. So if you don't remember death, all of this edifice of becoming, a social Buddhist and so forth is just that. It's just maybe becomes worldly dharma. If you don't remember the death further, another disadvantage, if you don't remember the dharma, if you don't remember death, you'll do actions that are totally reprehensible. It's a possibility of doing actions that are totally reprehensible, actions that you will regret later. Sometimes out of passion, people are known on impulse to kill someone else. Have you heard of such things?
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear just recently? This guy in South Africa, what's his name? Oscar Pistorius or something like that. You know what I'm talking about? Do you know? He's a gentleman who was born with the lower part, some bones missing out of his legs. They were amputated when he was an infant, and but he succeeded in the Olympics and Paralympics of, they call him the Blade Runner, because he had these prosthetic legs that he won many of the races. And he was very handsome. He is a very handsome gentleman and very charismatic and very inspirational to some people. But apparently he shot his girlfriend. Now, the case is not settled. It's still in court whether he did it accidentally or not. But it's possible that he might have. Things happen like that. Sometimes out of passion, not remembering death, not keeping in mind all the time death, we can be overcome by passion and do things that are totally unseemly. Things that we will regret later. Maybe you have never done anything that you've regretted. But it's possible. And one last, I'll just mention before we break for lunch. If you don't remember death further, you'll die with an unhappy mind. At the time of death, you look back over your life and wonder, what have I done? When I left the States to go, I was going to teach in Beirut, Lebanon. This was probably 1971. Did someone say wow? No, come on, it's not that long. Some of you are.
Beirut in 71.
What?
Beirut in 71.
Yeah, Beirut. Sorry. Okay, that's okay. I think you said it's so old. So, I remember there was a girl that I had been dating, and we'd had some nice relationship, and I was leaving, and she said, "What are you leaving for?" As though we're together, we have this nice place, everything's nice. And it just sort of sprouted from me. I think some seed of this kind of regret from past lives. I said to her, I'd like to think when I die that I haven't wasted this life. I remember that to this day. And I think maybe there were many lives when I died. Maybe I'd even practiced the Dharma ostensibly, but at the time of death realized that didn't practice with enough intensity, with much sincerity, with enough purity. So at the time of death, if you remember death during this lifetime, if you're mindful of it and you abstain from negative actions, you practice virtue, you don't mix your practice with the 8 worldly concerns, you can die with a certain amount of relief, a certain amount of confidence. It's said that those who really practice very intensely can actually die in a very blissful state of mind, looking forward to the next lifetime, with a certain assurance that they will be born with a. We were talking about what's your name?
Melissa.
Melissa. Well, Melissa was talking about this, about whether we have acquired this perfect human rebirth out of a succession of lives leading up to this. It could be. There's some people that might have found this life of leisure and endowment after an enormous drought of lifetimes of rebirth in the lower realms, and some little seed of virtue that we created somewhere in the distant past is ripened now, and we find ourselves in this, and we might just waste it. You know, one of these rare opportunities. So let's just take a moment to, we're going to end it in about 2 or 3 minutes. Just try to bring your mind to a quiet state again. See if you can go back to the remembrance of this clear light nature of your mind, a remembering consciousness upon which you can then delve further into this clarity of your mind. Relax your body. Bring your attention inward. Within that quiet state of mind, think what we've been talking about this morning are the faults, the disadvantages of not keeping death in mind. Think, due to the merits that I've created this morning, may I have the fortune to be successful in this practice. Due to these merits, may I, even in this session now, the break time, lunch break, may I keep in mind again and again the fact that I'm going to die, that this life of leisure and endowment that can be used for the great purpose of practicing the Dharma has a duration. And due to these merits, as a result of that realization, may I practice the Dharma purely and quickly achieve enlightenment for the welfare of all sentient beings. Fidel, what are the 6 disadvantages of not remembering death? Don't look at your notes, because I make you maybe next.
Use our fingers?
Okay.
You can use your fingers.
Okay.
He's starting. He's confident. Okay.
I'm confident. Okay. I think you won't remember to practice Dharma. You won't remember to practice Dharma.
You won't remember to practice Dharma.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then also you won't practice Dharma properly.
You won't practice it properly.
And also,
Okay, good start. Okay, so what's your name?
I'm Alex.
Alec?
Alex.
Alex, can you augment? He
I
said you
I
won't
think-
remember to practice and you won't practice properly. This kind of terminology.
think, must we start with you won't remember the Dharma?
Won't remember the Dharma, maybe we put that
First, yes,
first.
put that on the thumb.
And then you
remember
won't
the Dharma, you won't remember to
practice
the
it.
Dharma. You won't remember to practice the Dharma consistently.
Consistently,
You won't remember to practice the Dharma purely.
as he said, properly, yeah. Okay, so he had 2 of those 4.
So I have 2 more. Okay, so
This sounds like that TV show, you know, I've got 2 more
I
now.
got 2 more. So close.
That's good, that's good. Young lady in the sweatshirt, I forgot your name. Yeah. Asley, can you help? We didn't go as much detail about the last 2, they were near the end. Anyone?
The 8 only concerns? That's the last I recall.
One is that you will end up doing many unseemly, deeply, unimaginably bad actions. And
You won't die well, or you
Yes, you
won't
won't
die
die with a happy
happy, or.
yeah, you will die with an unhappy mind.
Yes.
Let's see how the list goes in here. Dr. Nick. He said. So, Dr. Nick's notes here. The first one, the first disadvantage of not remembering the Dharma. Second, there's a disadvantage of remembering to practice. I think he means not practicing. It's not a disadvantage to remember to practice. Okay, so same. Third disadvantage of not remembering, the Dharma practice we do will become impure. The order is not set in stone. Usually the consistent comes next. Then, are you following? In this, this is on page, starting on page 30 of a PDF file that you might have had. I don't see 3 here. I don't see the number 3. Does anyone have that?
There's no mention of forgetting to practice compassionately and to dedicate to other people, not just yourself as a human.
You think that should be added to what?
I don't know. It didn't seem like it was included in one of those categories.
Okay. You think that should be included? Oh, not remembering the practice, not practicing seriously or continuously. And then 5, not
that
remembering.
would be part of right intention.
We make no effort to control our negative mind and easily create negative karma. So I was saying that we could end up doing very negative actions. And 6th, we die with much worry and regret. Let me read you what Nick Ribush had written about these, the 5th and 6th, because we spent a little more time on the first 4. The fifth disadvantage of not remembering impermanence and death is that we make no effort to control our negative mind and easily create negative karma. When attachment rises to an object or another person, we should think, attachment is a negative mind. If I follow attachment, I'm going to leave a negative imprint on my consciousness, which can only lead to rebirth in the lower realms and other experiences of suffering. Therefore, since I can die at any moment, I should definitely not follow this attachment. There are enough imprints of attachment on my consciousness. There are enough. Maybe put the right emphasis. There's enough imprints on. I've already created enough negative karma in this and previous lives. Why create more, especially since I'm going to die soon? If I die with more negative imprints on my consciousness, there's no way that I'll get a better rebirth. No way that I'll be able to continue practicing the Dharma in future lives. No way that I'll be able to escape from samsara and attain liberation and enlightenment. So by remembering impermanence and death in that way, you should stop yourself from creating negative karma or attachment. The negative karma of attachment. And then he says, similarly, when you get angry or see anger beginning to arise, you should again think, this is terrible, and so forth. You know, trying to remember, use the meditation on impermanence and death to be the goad, the understanding, the realization, the Dharma realization that will help you to, you know, protect you, like Dharma, it holds you up, protects you from these negative actions. Just on that point, I was just trying to think. Have you encountered the 8 verses of training the mind? Some of you, there's a verse in there that is about developing bodhicitta, but there's one verse that says, "Vigilant of my mind stream throughout all actions. Whenever delusions arise, endangering myself and others, may I confront and avert them without delay." Maybe some of you, either similar translation, some meaning of that. what it means is that as a Dharma practitioner, one of the main practices is not the outer practices of making offerings of water bowls and so forth, prostrations. All of these are good, but the real practice is watching your own mind. Turning your attention inward in formal meditation so that you're aware also in everyday life. You have that facility to watch what's happening in your mind, whether you're being motivated by attachment or anger, your ignorance, your jealousy, your pride, all of these various kinds of delusions. To notice whether you're, if there is depression, where that's arising, to try to provide antidotes to it. In this verse that I just mentioned to you, I will vigilant of my mind stream throughout all actions, whatever you're doing, watching your mind. Whenever delusions arise, endangering myself and others, because the delusions here mainly is talking about endangering myself in Dr. Nick's presentation here. But our delusions endanger others also. When you get angry, when you get attached, you have expectations of others, you act in a jealous way, it affects other people negatively. We know when other people get angry with us or have attachment to things that involve us, if they're jealous and boastful or proud and so forth, it always affects us. I will, whenever I notice these delusions arising, endangering myself and others, I will confront and avert them without delay. What that means is a mental factor like this little mental spy that you want to try to keep in your mind all the time is like in ancient world there were guards on either side of the door with big spears. To enter into the king's or the queen's inner chambers, you had to pass by these guards. And if they saw someone that wasn't supposed to be there, they would confront them. Stop, you can't come. And if the person wouldn't just leave with that, they would avert them with a spear. They would use some antidote. So the same thing, you have to recognize, confront the delusions when they arise. That's very, very, talk about practice, that is an essential practice because you have to recognize the delusion and its disadvantages. If we don't see the disadvantage of anger, if we don't really have a taste of the disadvantage of attachment, even though intellectually we might say this is not right, we're not going to be able to get rid of it. We won't be motivated to avert it. Even we might know there are meditations, antidotes, like the medicine that you carry on your back, you won't necessarily take that antidote to heart. You won't actually apply that antidote. Follow what I mean? You have to, there's different stages. Informal meditation, you have to get familiar with these various states of mind. What constitutes attachment? Is it just desire? Is it only very extreme forms like, lust or something like that? You have to identify what attachment is, what anger is. And you have to, over time, once you recognize that state of mind, you have to have investigated previously in formal meditation what the disadvantages of those states of mind are. If you don't see them as disadvantageous, there's not going to be any energy. Even though you recognize them, there's not going to be any energy to try to get rid of them. It's the second step. And then you have to know the antidotes, how to get rid of them. You have to be motivated to apply the antidote, and you have to know the antidote. Like this. Say my good buddy Jeff and I are drafted into the Army. Heaven forbid, at our age. You never know. And instead of going through basic training, learning how to use the weapons, nowadays there's all sorts of weapons that, that you have to be sort of like a technician to use. Telemetry and, different kinds of stuff. During that time, we're playing video games and reading comics and watching videos. We're not doing the basic training. Then when we're put into battle, the enemy's coming. At that point, Jeff's saying, okay, now, trying to look at the antidotes at that time. I mean, the antidotes, you know, how to use the weapons at that time, that's too late, right? There's no chance that you're going to be able to confront the enemy with any kind of strength. In the same way, unless you practice these antidotes in your meditative session, get familiar with the delusions, recognize their disadvantages, really feel heartfelt that this is something that's harmful to myself and harmful to others. Really see the disadvantages, both temporal, immediate disadvantages, and karmic disadvantages in the future. And unless you know the antidotes, how to overcome that in meditation and try to apply it, in everyday life, when these delusions come, you won't recognize them. You won't know, you won't even be motivated to seek out an antidote. Even if you know them, you notice them, and you know that there's some antidote that you read once in Shantideva or the Buddhist scriptures. You've never practiced it. It's like Jeff and I, having spent all of our basic training doing other than what we should have, learning the antidotes, learning how to use the mechanism. So meditation is something that is very, very practical. It's not something that, people might think it's, people who have no idea about Buddhism or a spiritual path might think of it as something as very unrealistic, or going into a trance, or seeing colors, or trying to levitate or something. People have all sorts of ideas what meditation is. Erroneous ideas of what meditation is. Meditation means to familiarize your mind with a wholesome state. That means, in this case, wholesome state would be the antidotes to the delusions. What can motivate you to do that is this understanding, remembrance of death. Even remembrance of, even more subtly, remembrance of subtle impermanence. That we're changing moment by moment, so that the aggravating situation outside just in a moment can change, depending on your orientation, the other person's orientation. I think something like this. Sometimes you may be holding a grudge against someone for a long time, or you may think someone else dislikes you for a long time. At some party, you're standing at the other side of a big planter of, what do you call it? Plants. Bamboo. So you can hear this guy on the other side, or this woman on the other side that you think dislikes you, and you hear them saying some words of praise about you to someone else. Your whole attitude can change in a moment. Recognizing that the situation also is changing moment by moment, that it will pass. That itself is an antidote, direct antidote to the problems. So here, when it's talking about remembering death and the consequences of our future lives, that's true, in terms of an antidote, but also just recognizing all of this, at the time of death, all of this will be of no consequence. All of these things I'm so worried about. What's the big deal? Have you ever had this experience when you were a kid, really worried about something so much, or so excited about something, and your parents were saying, okay, just relax, If you miss this opportunity, it's no big deal, but you were so upset and crying. Do you ever have something like that? Later, when you look back at it, that kind of experience is very, very good to bring into your meditation, to recognize from the perspective of death, all of the events of this lifetime will hold no great importance to you, unlike Frank Sinatra. Oh, good. I got
more.
Yeah. I noticed also the girl behind. Remember, there are a couple of famous songs. It was of course, I Did It My Way. So like at the time of death, isn't that kind of like he's getting old, you know, although I had the ups and the downs, but I did it my way, as though there's some solace, some kind of gratification when you're dying that you did it your way. Maybe for some people, approaching death, there might be some kind of smugness. But at the time of death, when you actually are approaching, leaving this body, none of that kind of satisfaction of the memories of the victories you won or the people you put down and so forth will be satisfying. In Lama Zopa's book, The Wish-Fulfilling Golden Sun, that's our handbook for the Lanbrim when we study at Kopan, he quoted, I think, the first Karmapa. You know who the Karmapas are?
Mm-hmm.
Head of one of the Kargyu lineages. There's different lineages of the Kargyu. The Karma Kargyu is based on teachings of Karmapa. Karmapa, by the way, was the first Tibetan lineage of reincarnations. The first one who said, I'm going to come back, you should look for my reincarnation. First, the Karmapas. So the first Karmapa, I believe, said, at the time of death, the vision of this life is like last night's dream. All meaningless activities are like ripples on a lake. I remember that quotation. I think that's more or less what Lama Zopa had quoted at the time. So at the time of death, the vision of this life is like last night's dream. When you wake from a dream, maybe you were really caught up in the dream. Maybe it was something very, exciting. You'd won the lottery, or you had another date with Jane Mansfield. I told you that story the other day, no? My father always liked to tell this story. In World War II, when soldiers were coming back, some reporter asked some Navy guy, now that you're back to the States, what would you like to have? If you could have anything. He said, another date with Jane Mansfield. You don't get it. You know who Jane Mansfield is? Sort of famous movie star at that time, as though this guy had had a previous date with Jane Mansfield. At the time of death, the vision of this life is like last night's dream. When you wake from a dream, even though it seems so real in the dream, as soon as that interstice, just when you're waking up and you're about to forget the dream, you knew that it seemed so real in the dream, but you now know it was just a dream, using inverted commas or quotation marks. Just a dream. What does that mean, just a dream? It means insubstantial, right? It wasn't real the way that your mind had been believing it. So at the time of death, when the Karmapa's insight or his statement is that when you approach death, when you're at the time of death, when you look back over the events of their life, they don't have the same importance or reality, real, how to say, that urgency that you felt in wanting to obtain something, or the great tragedy of having lost something. All of that is mitigated. It's gone. In the next instant, you're transiting out of this life. So if you have an understanding of that we have to leave all of this behind, that itself is what Lama Yeshe referred to as like this atomic bomb to blow up your delusions. Just to remember, I'm going to die. And then, of course, all the other consequences that we were talking about here in that thing about the karmic consequences in future lives. At the time of death, the vision of this life is like last night's dream. All meaningless actions are like ripples on a lake. Meaningless activities, meaningless actions, you might be confused what that means. This is a code word in Buddhism. Meaningful and meaningless. Meaningless actions are actions that are not Dharma actions. They're meaningless in the sense that they're not going to have any positive repercussions for us in future lives. They may very well have negative repercussions for us in the future lives. Have we spent our lives meaningful in a meaningful way up till now? Well, someone might say, yes, I got a degree from so-and-so university, I'm a respected researcher, or, or I help people and so forth. But if you really check with the Dharma eye, I don't mean the physical eyeball, but with the wisdom, we use a wisdom eye, Dharma eye, in your own mind, whether the actions that we've created, have they really been meaningful in the sense that they will bring about a great meaning for future lifetimes, for ourselves and for others. Maybe we would agree that we would be found wanting. Those activities were not meaningful. So at the vision of this life, at the time of death, the vision of this life is like last night's dream. All meaningless actions are like ripples on a lake. Sort of the ripples, at first, when you throw in a stone, you see the ripples, and they start going off. As they go off into the distance, maybe in one sense you can think, as time progresses, the importance of things become very, very small. Maybe when you were in high school or grade school, you won or lost the student election, or you were elected or not elected prom king or queen or something like that. At that time it might have been, or whether you became captain of the team or whatever you wanted, something that even, not necessarily of some great importance. At that time it might have seemed very important, but over time it becomes like a ripple on a lake, almost indistinguishable. Now as you look back at those things, do they have the same impact for you now as they did at that time? No. And at the time of death, no significance at all. Okay. Let me read you what he also says about the sixth one. Then finally, the sixth disadvantage of not remembering impermanence and death is that when we die with much worry and regret. So he quotes Lama Zopa Rinpoche. If you don't practice the good heart, loving kindness, compassion, or bodhicitta, you finish up living with only delusions, attachment, anger, and so forth in a world of hallucination. It's as if you're asleep from birth to death, never seeing the reality of life. It's like you're asleep from birth to death. Then all of a sudden death comes. The day when you see yourself dying, your life is gone. There's no longer any time to meditate, to develop the mind in the path. At that moment, you see your life as incredibly short. You see the reality of life, its impermanent nature. But no matter how much fear you have, there's no time to practice anything. So my own experience, I told you before, when I left the States many years ago to go off to teach in the Middle East, someone saying, why are you leaving? What are you doing? I thought, it just came out to me. I wanted to feel at the time of death that I hadn't wasted this life. I think I must have felt that. I hope you don't. I hope we don't, at the end of this life, feel that we'd wasted this life. He goes on to say, I've heard people say that at the time of death, your life flashes before your eyes. All the negative things you've done come into your mind. The harm you've given to others, the 10 non-virtuous actions you've committed, and so forth. Then you feel great regret and fear. Unlike Frank Sinatra. This is what I meant before. You were quizzical. I did it my way, as though at the time of death you'll remember all the good things. Even people who don't accept reincarnation, either intellectually or as a result of the teachings of another religion, even those people feel afraid at the time of death. Your heart tells you that something horrible is going to happen, and you have terrifying visions. Well, this is from a Buddhist perspective. It doesn't have anything to do about your beliefs. There is what we call intellectually formed delusions and innate delusions. Have you ever heard that mentioned? Innate delusions are things that even animals who have no training in intellectual systems, A cow would think, I'm a Buddhist cow, or I'm a Christian cow. It's not like that. They don't have that kind of intellect, right? But they still have an innate grasping to their own identity. If there's danger, they're afraid. If you put your finger, the Dalai Lama says, if you put your finger on a little insect that's trying to escape, it might freeze or in fear try to escape because it has an innate sense of self-identity, innate ego grasping. So at the time of death, all of us, animals, others, will feel some fear at that time of giving up this lifetime, because this is something that we're grasping to very dearly. Your heart tells you something horrible is going to happen and you have terrifying visions. Instead of going to the next life with incredible joy, peace, and happiness, you go with great fear and terror. Instead of being reborn in a pure land, or being reborn as in one of the positive realms, instead of being born in a pure land where even the word suffering does not exist, you get reborn in the 3 lower realms where there's barely a single happiness. This is what happens if you don't practice the Dharma during your life. Pabonka Rinpoche describes this as being confronted by an enemy called dying. That's the enemy. Without having practiced the Dharma. That is the name of the enemy who confronts us at the time of death. The enemy called dying without having practiced the Dharma, unquote. That's the enemy. Not just dying, but dying without having practiced the Dharma. Then when you see that all of the wealth we've accumulated, our power, our position, our family, our friends, even our most cherished body, all of these things we put all our life's energy into are of no use whatsoever. Far from helping us at this important time of life, our death, these things turn into enemies. They harm us. Great attachment to them rises, as does the great sorrow that we have to leave them behind. And worst of all, strong regret for opportunities missed, the Dharma that we didn't practice. Our problem is that we're afraid of death, therefore we don't think about it, morbid. Therefore we deny it, we ignore it, we push it out of our mind, we pretend it doesn't exist. Then when death comes, as it inevitably must, we feel afraid. What we should do with our fear of death is use it constructively. Use it to understand death. Use it to prepare for death. Then when death comes, we won't be afraid. We'll die in a happy frame of mind. So not remembering impermanence and death brings the 6th disadvantage of dying with much worry and regret. Does it make sense? Okay. Who is here? Is it Matt? Okay. Now, without looking at your pattern, what are the 6 disadvantages of not remembering death?
Not remembering the teachings.
Or the Dharma?
Or the Dharma.
Yeah.
Not
Teachings, yeah, you could use, somehow Dharma resonates more with me because it's that which protects us from suffering. Teaching sounds like something you've heard, but okay, not remembering the Dharma.
Not practicing the Dharma.
If you don't think to practice?
Not practicing consistently.
So even if you practice, you don't practice consistently?
Not practicing purely.
So even if you practice, or even if you practice continuously, you don't practice purely?
And then engaging in non-virtue.
Engaging easily in very unseemly non-virtuous actions?
And dying with an unhappy mind.
Dying with unhappiness, regret, dissatisfaction, unlike Frank Sinatra. Okay. Undying like Frank Sinatra. I'm sure he died with regret. Okay, now sometimes there's an enumeration of the 6 advantages of remembering death, but essentially, we'll mention a little bit about it again next time, but just in brief, essentially it's just the opposite. If you remember death, constantly remembering death, keeping that in mind, not from a morbid sense of conception, but as a goad to your practice, you'll remember the Dharma. Dharma is what's going to protect me. The Saddharma, the holy Dharma, not the worldly Dharma. You'll remember to practice. You'll practice purely and consistently. You won't engage in great negative actions. It will help to, as an antidote, if you're vigilant of your mind, and you use that recognition that things are changing, that the various factors about death that we'll investigate in more detail, that there are karmic consequences of my actions, that this lifetime's joys are transitory, that I have to leave all of this behind. It can help to prevent you from creating these great negative actions. And at the time of death, you'll die with a contented mind. I won't say unlike Frank Sinatra. Unlike many of the people today who have to seek counseling. I mentioned the other day, my baby boomer generation. I was born a couple of days before the first atom bomb was dropped on Hiroshima. I think there was one test in the desert before in America, but I'm sort of like that. I'm the atomic kid, 1945. A lot of my generation now, as we're getting older, and of course already, even before this, people starting, you notice your hair getting gray, the skin doesn't have the same elasticity it did when you were in your 20s, 30s, even 40s, wrinkles, it's hard to get up. Like Alexandra and I were both, when we got up from our seats, we were talking at lunches. There's a famous poem by one of the great Tibetan lamas that said that when you get old, sitting down is like dropping a bag of potatoes. Fall down. And getting up is like trying to pull a steak. Not that you eat, the steak that you put the tent, pulling a steak out of the ground. Ugh! So there are all of these recognitions. Yeah. So, well, I'll talk a little bit more about the advantages next time when we review that. But let me just go on to another subject now, which is the main meditation especially in the Gelugpa tradition, but passed down from, I think, from the great Indian saint Atisha that brought the teachings to Tibet, meditation on death. You don't find so much this, what's called the 9-round meditation on death. You don't find this so much in the Theravada tradition. You know anything of the Theravada?
Yeah, I do.
Have you ever encountered this? There are other meditations. We talk about, in Theravada, they talk about meditating on the disintegration of the corpse. What's it called when the corpse, what's it called?
Decomposition.
Decomposition of the body, the corpse, and so forth, the repulsiveness and different things like this. But this is this meditation that we're going to talk about today and next time also, and is, in a sense, is one of the main topics of this unit on death and dying. It's called the 9-round meditation on death. Some of you I know are older students who've heard this before. Some of you are relatively new. Have you heard of the 9-round meditation? Have you?
Yeah.
Yeah. In Lanrim?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. So what is the 9-round meditation of death? It's an analytical meditation that we do to try to get a flavor for the inevitability of death, the fact that the time of death is uncertain, and that nothing will help at the time of death except the Dharma. So again, we'll have to go into what Dharma means at that point. So there are 3 main outlines, each of which has 3 subsidiary points, how to understand it. Death is definite, is the first point. We might say, I know that, but we haven't realized it. Second point is, the time of death is uncertain. We might think that we're young, we're going to live a long time, but we have really no way of knowing when we're going to die. Could be Maybe one of us dies today. The third point is, at the time of death, nothing helps except the Dharma. This is interesting. Okay. Each of those has 3 points, so basic arithmetic, 3 times 3 is 9, right? So it's called the 9-round meditation on death. So as a mnemonic device, it's good to remember those 3 main outlines, and then you can remember the sub-outlines of each of them. Okay? If I ask you what the 9-round meditation of death is, and you mention one of the 3 reasons here, and then one of the 3 here, and one of the 3 here, is not a very coherent way of meditating. Reason for memorizing these outlines sometimes is for ease of meditation. So when you're meditating on death, you can call them to mind without the need of looking in a book or in some haphazard way meditating on points all over the place. Follow what I mean? So it's useful. Sometimes, I think Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, sometimes just knowing, having memorized the outlines of the Lam Rim is incredibly beneficial activity just in itself. Just knowing the outlines, how to meditate. Okay, so let's go over this. First point. Death is definite. Death is certain. Is there, I asked you before, is there anyone here that feels they're not going to die? And no one raised their hand. Let me ask a couple of new people. Anyone here think they're not going to die? What's your name back there?
Ben?
Ben.
I don't think that.
You don't think you're going to die?
No,
You
I
don't think that you're
think
not
that-
going to die?
yeah.
Okay.
Don't.
Double negative, okay. You do think you're going to die.
Yeah.
But there's a difference between, you know, intellectually, anyone of any sense is not going to say they're not going to die. But there's a difference between that and realizing that, having that deep insight. The example I gave before, I'm not sure if it was in the first unit or in one of the other classes I taught here. If we heard that a rocket was coming with a warhead, and it was about to hit Fairfax, Virginia, where are we? Main Street, in 5 minutes. At that point, the certainty of our death would become very clear to some of us. It might be terrifying to many people, but one thing would probably be clear. Other kinds of concerns about this lifetime would be of no importance. Whether you missed the last episode of The Following, it's a new TV program, or whether, you know, you were able to get tickets to this, or whether someone liked you or not, all of that would, how to say, diminish in any kind of importance. Or the example I gave, if I said, "Oh, Jeff, what about that $5 you owe me?" Or he said, "Well, more likely, George, what about the $5 you owe me?" We would recognize a person who was concerned about the affairs, these temporary affairs at that time, to be completely crazy. Because it's not something that was going to have any impact after death. Death was imminent. Death was definite. It was coming soon. So there are 3 reasons, so-called reasons, and you may have doubt about the third one, why it's called a reason, but 3 reasons to bring about this realization. Now let's go through them one by one. The first reason is, and I'll use sort of illustrative, poetic language of the text first, and how we can understand it. The Lord of Death comes to everyone, and there's no way to avoid him. Okay? It's not as though Buddhists believe that there is a guy who comes with a big axe and carries you away. But the Lord of Death, you know who the Lord of Death is in Buddhism? Do you know? Carrie? Yamataka is the slayer of the Lord of Death. Antaka means the slayer. Yamantaka is the slayer. Yama is the Lord of Death. Yamantaka is a tantric deity, also one of them, there was some bodhisattvas, others called Yamataka. Yamataka means the slayer of the Lord of Death. That's a good thing. But Yama is something that we should fear in a sense. Yama is kind of like the, what's it called when you make human features of something? Personification of impermanence and death. Okay. In the Western world, we talk about the Grim Reaper. You know who the Grim Reaper? Some kind of skeletal guy or gal. It's hard to tell the gender of the skeleton, with a big scythe coming to usher you to death, right? I think it's kind of European. I'm not sure exactly the origin. Yama's a little bit like that. Yama is, I don't know, do we have a tanka of the Wheel of Life, Jeff?
I have one.
You have one with you?
Yeah.
You carry it with you? How cool. Carrie is okay, you're our go-to girl for... Okay, so Carrie's going to show us in a second. At the center... Oh, is there one in the office? That'd be cool. In one of the representations of the Wheel of Life, the so-called Wheel of Life is within the jaws of Yama, this big red face. The teeth are at the top. Usually you don't see the teeth at the bottom, but there we go. Okay, thank you. This is probably bigger than Carrie's. You see up here this face, you see some teeth? They usually don't have any at the bottom, but it's supposed to be, all of our existence, the Wheel of Life, Wheel of Becoming, is within the jaws of the Lord of Death. That means we're all under the influence of impermanence and death. So when we say the Lord of Death comes to everyone, there's no way to avoid him, another way of saying that is, death comes to everyone, there's no way to avoid it. Okay, so how do we understand that? Again, that might just sound like words. Yeah, if you want to see... Oh, is that a nice...
With the head and the feet.
Oh, yeah, look at those feet. Oh, my gosh. Okay, there's some monk standing here also. So this is a nicer one. Nicer presentation. It's a nice big head up here. Blackish red. Can you see from back there? Some teeth. So, can I pass? Yeah, you can pass back, yeah. So how do we meditate on this? What does this mean? What one would do is, you would think about these 2 points. The Lord of Death comes to everyone, and there's no way to avoid him. Two points here. How do you meditate on that? You would think the Buddha, who was a perfect being that we believe, still took the aspect of passing away, dying. Jesus, who Christians believe, Son of God, or holy being, took the aspect of dying. And besides these holy beings, is there anyone in history that you know that didn't die? Did Alexander the Great die? Very powerful person.
Yeah.
What's your name back there? Yeah. I forgot your name.
Steve.
Steve. Did Caesar die?
All of them.
Winston Churchill?
Yes.
Your grandpa?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. If you were younger, you might still be alive. Everyone that we know of historically in the past has died. Now, what's the reason for you might say? Of course, but this has an impact on our mind because part of our mind doesn't want to think that death comes to everyone or is going to come to me. Here, what we want to do, we start to go over in our analytical meditation all of the people, famous personalities of the past, historical personalities that we can think of, and then members of our ancestry that have died. Uncle Charlie, Aunt Louise, people that we may have remembered when they were younger, when they were middle-aged, when they were older, they passed away. Even our teachers. My teacher, Geshe Zopa, now in Wisconsin, is 91. Will eventually someday take the aspect of passing away. Kapji Ling Rinpoche, my preceptor, Kapji Trijang Rinpoche, all of these great beings have died. Almost then, just saying that, you can almost see that even His Holiness the Dalai Lama will take the aspect of dying. Even at first, we don't want to even think about that. Think about the members of your family that have died. Think about the present members of your family and friends, your colleagues, who are a little bit older than you. Your mom, your dad, your uncles who are still alive. And think they will get older. Inevitably, they'll need a cane or a, wheelchair. They might need help walking. They'll lose their ability to speak clearly, to see well. They'll die. My dad, my grandfather will die. My father will die, or my mother will die, or my friends will die. Think of your contemporaries. So those that are older than you can kind of see as they grow old, that they will grow old because they're already older than you. You can imagine them getting older and dying. Think of people that are your contemporaries, same age as you. They'll get older, like my mom or my dad or my uncles, the older people. They'll be like that. And then later, just like those older than I now, they will get older yet and pass away. Spend some time meditating on that to get the certainty of that. Your brothers and sisters, your companions, your lovers, your enemies. They'll grow old and die. Then think of the people that are younger than you now. Your children, your nieces and nephews, kids that you may teach in school, kids that you see on the street, little precious little children that look so cute because what is it they say? I think the psychologists, sociologists, I'm not sure what science it is, they say that sometimes the size of the eye in comparison to the face makes them seem more adorable. Is that right? Yeah. Certain animals also, right?
Dogs and
Pardon?
dogs and puppies.
Puppies especially.
Have that aspect.
Yeah, we feel, so it's almost as though we can't imagine them getting old. But imagine they'll become, they'll be in grade school, say the kids. They'll go to high school. Not the dogs. They'll go to college maybe if they want. They'll get a job. They'll be middle-aged. They'll get wrinkles. They'll grow old. They'll die. Think about those that are older, those that are your contemporaries, same age, similar, those that are younger. All of them will die. Then go back. All of the people that we've known in the past, there's no one who hasn't died. Even those who, with supposedly supernatural powers, took the aspect of dying to encourage us. As it said, that the Buddha could have lived forever, but he took the aspect of dying to encourage his students to practice the Dharma, that death was coming to them. All of the great beings of the past have died. All of my relatives, my friends, my enemies, everyone that I know will die. Therefore, I will die. The Lord of Death comes to everyone. Death comes to everyone without exception. There is no person that you can point to who's been eternal from, the beginning. He hasn't died. That can have an impact on your mind. Meditate on that. When you get a certain feeling from that contemplation, that analytical meditation, when you get a little taste of the certainty of death, that I too will die, it may be just a little different than you usually think of it. A certainty about this. Hold that single-pointedly. Hold that with concentration that we're trying to develop in our meditation. And you notice when we just try to watch the breath, sometimes it's very hard to concentrate on that, or to concentrate on the clear light nature of your mind. Very often we get a glimpse of it and then our mind is distracted onto something else, or we lose that because we don't yet have single-pointed concentration. But with what concentration you do have, when you get the taste of any of the analytical meditations, the point is then to try to hold that taste. Give up the analysis at that point. No longer think of all the reasons, just the conclusion. Death is certain. Death is definite. Meaning your own death. Hold that single-pointedly. To leave an imprint in the depth of your heart, the depth of your mind, that can be a great resource. That understanding that you can remember later is like a Dharma jewel. It's like a real, although it's not the actual Dharma jewel that we take refuge in, that's true cessation and true path, or higher realizations, just that one little understanding can lead you to higher realizations. So you should value that insight. If you start to have it, value it in the same way that you value, the actual Dharma. This is your Dharma right now. There's an expression in, I believe in the text on logic, either by Dignaga or Dharmakirti, something like this. In ancient India, there were, the royalty would have jewels in their crowns. Sometimes, if the crown were to fall to the ground, the jewels would be dislodged, and some of them would be on the floor. So the ministers would have to go looking for the jewels, gather them up. So at that point, there's still some jewel missing, and someone's looking around for the jewel, and you don't see it. And then from the distance, you see some glitter of light. Light is reflecting off one of the jewels, and you say, there's the jewel. Actually, you don't see the jewel. You see some facet of light reflected off of that. But by following that light, it leads you to the jewel. Right? The analogy like that. Although this little insight that you have right now, certainty of death or other insights, they may not be the actual Dharma jewel, true cessation, true path, but they can lead you, by following that, by utilizing that can lead you to the actual jewel, Dharma jewel. When I say jewel, usually we talk about the 3 jewels of refuge, remember? I mentioned the class the other day, I told you, right, about the 3 jewels of refuge. Dr. Nick, who composed this, was reviewing a text that was printed in Dharamsala it was at Puja the other night. I don't think, not all of you were here, some of you might have. He was reviewing a text that had been printed in India with a lot of typographical mistakes. And the text was talking about the 3 Jews of refuge. John Landau, Alex Berzin was the 3rd, he said. So the actual, when we say Tri-Ratna, the 3 jewels, 3 precious ones, those are what we take refuge in. The Dharma jewel, the Buddha jewel, the Dharma jewel, the Sangha jewel. That means the actual refuges, not just approximations. So the actual Dharma jewel may be a realization of emptiness and the cessations that it brings about, the utter elimination of delusions from our mind. But even this little facet of understanding impermanence, that I'm definitely going to die, that's something that can lead us eventually, by following that, to that ultimate Dharma jewel. So it can be, should consider that to be very precious. Take refuge in that. Do you follow what I'm saying? How do you take refuge in that? By remembering that when a problem comes. I'm going to die. Okay, it doesn't matter. The Lord of Death comes to everyone, one part. There's no way to avoid him. Can you avoid death? Maybe, Carrie, do you think? You said that the scientists, they claim, no, you didn't say scientists, you said they claim that the lifespan is increasing. Some people think there's no reason why we couldn't live forever, re-ingesting, what's it called, these cells? Stem cells. And why can't we live forever? There's some people have the idea of having their bodies frozen, and I never pronounce it right, cryogenically, is that right? In the hope that in the future, if there is a cure for what is causing them to die now, they could be unthawed and that therapy could be given and they could continue living maybe forever. Or have parts replaced, like the bionic man or woman. You can have your hip replaced, you can have all of these things replaced. From a Buddhist perspective, although you might feel that that's an attractive notion, how powerful science is, from a Buddhist perspective, that will not be possible. When we are born, the karma that throws us into this life is called throwing karma, okay, propelling karma, already has within it a certain lifespan. It doesn't mean that that's exactly how long we're going to live. In general, we can't exceed that. I'll talk about some exception when we talk about this later. Generally, we can't exceed that lifespan. It might be like 98 years, 100 years, 103, but we could live shorter than that, right? Some other karma intervenes. If we have an accident, if we're deprived of oxygen while we're diving, if we get sick, if we get murdered, you gamble and you get in an argument with someone, or you have sort of like a love affair gone wrong or something like that. Many ways to die. So the Lord of Death comes to everyone. There's no way to avoid him. Well, we might think, okay, from a Buddhist perspective, even if we were cryogenically frozen, we would not be able to elongate our lifespan. What were the other things? Oh, injection of stem cells. We might be able to live further into the lifespan that we were thrown into, but we couldn't exceed that from a Buddhist perspective. You might argue this is certainly something that could be an object of doubt and speculation, but this is a Buddhist point of view. In the scriptures, they talk about also, what if you imagine you could go to some place where there was no death, like go to the dark side of the moon. Maybe you could avoid the Lord of Death, as though this personification of death, you could avoid him, hide out. When the mafia is coming to get you, you go into witness protection or something like that. Witness protection from the Lord of Death. Think about it. There's no place you can go. You might think, oh, if I left this toxic Fairfax County or toxic New York or whatever, I could go to, Bali or someplace. I could live forever. No, you're not going to live forever. Anywhere you can go. To the moon, any place else. There's a story that Lama Zopa likes to tell in Laudo. Laudo is the cave, the name of the cave where the previous incarnation of Lama Zopa meditated for many years before he passed away. Do means stone in Tibetan. Lau is a name for turnip. So it was a big stone that was shaped like a turnip, but also within which they used to store turnips. So that's where he meditated. And so he was called Laudo Lama. So in Laudo, when we do retreat, there's a monastery built there many, many years ago when Rinpoche was still young that he had vowed to build in his last life. So he tried to fulfill that at the beginning of this life. He tells a story sometime of this one, I'm not sure, I think it was maybe a monk or something, who was coming home to his mother, and his mother is taking off the fleas. In Tibet, oftentimes in the cold weather, there'd be many fleas, or what's the little white ones? What? Lice. Lice, that's the one I'm thinking of, not fleas, lice. So there'd be lice crawling around. You would take them out, you wouldn't just, some people just crush them or drop them in the candle or something like that. From Buddhist perspective, one thing nice to do is you get a little matchbox, you put some of your hair, in my case, get it from some other place, put some hair in there with some butter, and you put the lice in there, you close it up, and then when it gives a lot, when the mother had gotten a lot of the lice in this box, it wasn't a matchbox, I don't think in Tibet they didn't have matchbox, it was some kind of little container. So she gave it to her son and she said, put these in a place where they won't die. And the son said, where's that? You don't get it? I forgot your name. No, the girl behind. Asley. You don't get it? Where is there a place where the fleas won't die, the lice won't die? Eventually they'll die. Right now, what she meant was put them in a place where they're not going to die immediately. Don't put them in the fire. Don't put them out in the snow. But wherever, we're all going to die. Eventually, all going to die. There's no way to avoid it. There's no place you can go. There's no way someone else can place us that we're not going to die. So this is the first point in developing an understanding that death is definite, that death is certain. It's much different than intellectually understanding that. Meditating this way, like the first point, the Lord of Death comes to everyone. When you do this meditation, and I'll ask you if you will do this before our next weekend, meditate on these points next time. Spend some time going over many, many people, historical people, people that you know, those who are older than you, that you saw at some point in this lifetime, and you saw them getting older and dying, or know of them dying. Those of your contemporaries, those that are younger than you, recognizing that all of these people either have died or will die, and I'm just the same. Always making that comparison. There's no difference. Just like them, just like Jesus, just like Buddha, just like my Uncle Charlie, just like this little girl who will eventually go old and die. I will die. Try to see that progression in your own life. Think about that. How old you are now, 33, 35, 40, 50, 60. 10 years from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, how you will be. Imagine that. Will you live, as I was asking Matt before, would he live another 50 years? He said, possibly. Because you're 33, right? 50 years, not too bad. 80 years, he said, possibly. What was that, 113? When I got to 90, he was a little doubtful. 100 years more, 133. I'm definitely going to die. Is there some way to avoid it? Some kind of medical procedure I can have? Better vitamins, hormones, yoga, acupuncture, Pilates. Whatever we do, there's no way to avoid it. There's no place to avoid the Lord of Death. No place you can go, no method you can use. Meditate in these ways, and whenever you get a feeling, a little glimmer, just like when we were watching the clarity of the mind, there might have become a time when you got, oh, got it. Some sense of the spaciousness, clarity of the mind. Try to hold that single-pointedly. Do you remember the suggestion I was making? Try to hold that single-pointedly. Sometimes it's fleeting. It doesn't last for long. And then you have to start again with some analysis. The mind is, let go of the thoughts, and then it comes again. You hold that. As you do that again and again, that leaves a deeper and deeper impression in your mind that you can recall later, that you can bring up to mind and enhance. Once you can recall it, you can enhance it. Same thing here with the realization of the definite nature of death, the certainty of death. You may, through this analysis, there'll come a time you analyze again and again. When you get a little flavor, even though it's not so clear, hold that single-pointedly. If you lose it completely, there's no flavor any longer of what you're meditating on, analyze again. The Lord of Death comes to everyone. Death comes to everyone. There's no way to avoid it. Use the various reasonings that we're talking about here, even though they sound like, maybe they sound like child-like stories or fables or something. Absolutely true. We will die. When you get a little taste of that, and I use that word consciously, it's hard to say the experience of that fact. You can call it almost like a taste. You know, like, can I explain to you how Rebecca, I want to call her Deborah all the time, how Rebecca's kapsis taste? These are the Tibetan New Year kind of confection that they make out of dough and sugar and butter, and they deep fry, and usually they have all year long till the next year, the next New Year. So if you get a kapsi, this is called kapsi, if you get a kapsi a week before New Year, it's really hard. You know, don't you, Alexander? Did you ever have in New York with Rinpoche? You know, you have to really let it stick in the cup of tea for about 2-3 minutes before you it's so hard from last year. But right now, if I wanted to tell you how this tastes, it's sweet. This reminds me of our talking about the wine tasters before. A little taste of butter, a little cinnamon. By my describing it, can you have an understanding of its taste? Well, you can get some kind of, I can point to it to you, but it's not the same as actually tasting it yourself, right? To really know the taste of chocolate, or the tradition and example in Buddhism, traditional example is brown sugar. In order to know what brown sugar tastes like, you have to actually taste it. It can't be described precisely. So this experience of the certainty of death is not something I can describe to you. I can describe it to you, but you can't get the actual experience just by my description. You have to meditate on it and reproduce that spiritual experience in the laboratory of your mind. Maybe some of you remember I used that expression before. When we talk about spiritual experiences, or quote, religious experiences, sometimes scientists, like Sam and I both went to the same school, very hard-nosed engineering science school. And sometimes, some scientists are religious, but many times people are they disdain religious ideas because they can't be reproduced in the laboratory, certain kinds of things. But you can reproduce these, you know, the certainty of death. You can reproduce that in the laboratory of your mind. You can have that taste by doing these meditations. You can try that experiment. And if you can reproduce it, then you can start to develop certainty in the teachings of Buddha. That it's worth continuing. Without having these kind of little insights, this little taste of the realizations, your energy may peter out. Okay? The Lord of Death comes to everyone, and there's no way to avoid him. Does that make sense? Can you remember that one? That's the first point. It has the two aspects. Lord of Death comes to everyone, there's no way to avoid him. Second point. At the time of death, there's no extra life. Again, two aspects. At the time of death, there's no extra life, and what life we have left is what's the word? Disintegrating in every instant, is decreasing. What lifespan we have left is decreasing with every instant. This is good. This is also to understand the definite nature, the certainty of death. You understand the words? You understand? At least the words I said.
Mhm.
Yeah? Do you? Yeah.
The lifespan decreases as you get towards moving through life? Is that what you mean?
that, the first part, at the time of death, there's no extra lifespan. You can't elongate, at the time of death, you can't elongate, you know, just sort of like some ploy at the last minute, please. And what lifespan we do have left is constantly diminishing, constantly decreasing. At least the words you understand, right? What does that mean? And how does it help in understanding the definite nature, certainty of death? We might think that, you know, okay, death is definite, but somehow, you know, death will eventually come, but when it gets close, or at the time of death, I'll just start practicing then. When it gets, you know, kind of the procrastinating mind. I'll put off a little bit later, you know. I often think of this, this kind of archetypal, what's it called, the French Foreign Legion. You know, they have some guy up on the firing squad. He's about to be shot. And then he says, oh, I just want to have one last cigarette. You know, he's just about to be shot. Ready, aim. Oh, one cigarette. Then the guy has to, the captain gives him time to have one last cigarette. At the time of death, when the Lord of Death comes, can you say, you know, I just want to meditate for another 5 minutes. You know.
Well, you can say it.
Yeah, definitely. Good point. Good point. Excellent. You can say it. Yeah, that's the same thing. Yeah, that's it. I have to. We have to always. You can always think these things, but whether they're true or not, can you get any extra time? Will the Lord of Death, will impermanence, when the karma has ripened, there's nothing you can do at that point.
Right, and you have no control over what time it is going to your death.
Right. That's going to be coming in the when we're talking about the uncertainty, but definitely that's also, we have no control over that whatsoever. At the time of death, there's no extra life. I think in this regard, I thought of in Alexandria's homeland, there was an advertisement in Italy some years ago when I was at the Istituto Lama Tsongkhapa. It was on the TV for Italian Telecom, one of the mobile cell things. And it was the same thing. There were many episodes. This guy is about to be shot by the Foreign Legion. So there's one where he's about to be shot, and he says, "Oh, I just want to talk to my mama," on the telephone. So the colonel gives him the telephone, and he's talking to his mama. Mama, he's saying in Italian. He said, "Mama, without this phone, I'd be dead." I love it. Is so. I love that one. At the time of death, there's no extra life. So, yeah, there's also, you know, there are different kinds of examples you can give like this. You can think of, you know, is there any reprieve at that time? When you're about to be executed in prison, put to the electric chair, you're given some reprieve, perhaps to have your last meal, or to, you know, there's something you might be able to send out a special request to the governor or the Supreme Court or something to have a stay of execution. There is no way to stay your death when the time of death comes. That's the first part of this. When the time of death comes, there's no extension of life. Second part, and what life we do have left is constantly decreasing. So there's a famous adage, not just in Buddhism, but in Buddhism, that with every step toward the gallows, the condemned person is getting closer and closer to death. Every step they take. You know, the person, even though they might be, you know, the gallows is still 20 yards away, even the guards have to push them as though the person is afraid to take one more step, because they know with every step they're that much closer to death. with every instant now, we're getting closer to death. You might like to think that we're not going to get close to death until we're 80, right? Or 70 or 90 or something. In Matt's case, 112. I'm teasing. Remember, he was joking that he thought he could conceivably live to 113, another 80 years or something. Like this. Imagine a big vessel of water, a big tank of water that you filled up as a reservoir for your cabin, your country home. But there's a small little leak in the corner. They say, oh, it doesn't matter, it's just a couple of drops, coming down very slowly. You come back, before the winter comes, just to check things, and you open up the top and you see it's gone down. It was up here before, it's gone down. Oh, okay. Next spring, next summer, you come back, provided it hasn't frozen completely. That might have prevented the dripping. But say it was dripping all the next 6 months, you come back, maybe it's half full, or all the way down. Eventually, with every drop, that tank is emptying. Even though it seems infinitesimal, with every drop of water coming out of that, it's emptying. Do you have any experience like that with like a can of something that had a hole in it? Does any example come to mind in your own experience like that?
Mm-hmm. Egg timers.
Was it?
Egg timers.
Egg timers? With every click?
No, you just
Yeah.
turn them over and then the sand
With the
goes through.
hourglass.
The hourglass.
Okay, with every grain of sand, it's approaching its eventual end. A good visual example. Here's another way to think. You may think you went to Whole Food, or as in Wisconsin we refer to it as whole paycheck. You go to Whole Food and you buy a big container of coffee, or something, I don't know, peanut butter or something. You open it up, I've got my stash. I feel secure. I've got a long-lasting supply of coffee or peanut butter, whatever it is. But first time you take, doesn't look like much. In fact, you haven't even eliminated the top layer yet. You've just taken from a little corner. In fact, some of us like to do that. I have to notice in my own mind when I eat, I just take off the top so I don't notice it. It still seems like there's a lot there. Next time, a little bit more gone. You come back a couple days later, the kids have been at it, your boyfriend, your husband, your girlfriend has been at it. Down, day by day. You can see, use these kind of examples in your everyday life to remind, like that, my lifespan is decreasing in infinitesimal increments. Every second, I'm getting closer to my eventual death. Like that. We have a karmically appointed lifespan. With every instant, we are approaching that the end of that lifespan. With every instant, we're getting closer to it. It's not as though we only get close to death when we're 70 or 80. We are approaching it right now. Right? At the time of death, there's no extra life, and with every instant, our lifespan is decreasing. So see if you can find some examples in your own life like that. You fill up the car with gas. You feel secure. You're on a big journey. Okay. You drive some miles. You had to make a couple of detours. You turn the wrong way. You look at the gas gauge. It's gone down. With every mile you're going, the gas gauge is going down. Think like that. What life I have yet to live is constantly decreasing. once at Kopan, during meditation course, Lama Zopa Rinpoche was teaching, there was time, what at Kopan we call pee-pee break. Jeff remembers, pee-pee break. So during that time, Rinpoche's sitting there, he's sitting and he's looking at the clock. So does a double take, triple take at the clock. And he holds up the clock and he's looking at it, and we're looking, what's going on? And he's saying, it's changing even as I look at it. You ever, as you look at your watch, if there's a second hand, you can see the seconds going. But if there's not a second hand, you don't see the minute hand from a distance. You don't see it rapidly moving, right? But if you look closely, if there are very fine gears, you can see it moving. Of course, there's some kind of clocks in the West, they only move after 1 minute, right? They go, yeah, big one. But a very precise clock is with the very good gears inside, it's constantly moving. So he was saying, it's moving, it's changing even as I look at it. So even as we're sitting here now, we're getting closer to death. How to get a flavor of that is to use these other examples, The coffee, with every spoonful you take, it's decreasing. Even though it seems like I've just taken one spoonful. Even there's only one instant of our life, 1 minute, 1 hour today from 10:30 till now, a couple of hours, a few hours gone, we're getting that much closer to death. There's a way of meditating on this further. There are many different oral traditions, how to get a flavor of these meditations. One is something like this. We have a certain number, let's say we have 100 years more to live. That's really being overly optimistic, even for Matt, right? 100 years. 100 years, every 10 years, the number of decades left in that century decreases, right? In every 10 years. Every decade is, a single decade is been broken into even when 1 year is passed. Let's say we have 10 decades yet to live. Even the first decade is broken into the first year. There's only 9 years left. There's no longer a whole decade. That first year passes in the months. 1 month is gone, we don't have as many years to live in that month. You follow what I mean? That month is broken into when even 1 day has passed. We no longer have the whole month. We might think, I have a whole month on this desert island paid for. The first day, you don't do anything. You're not taking advantage of whatever's there. Maybe it's a treasure island where you can be accumulating all sorts of valuable things, like this perfect human rebirth you can be using for all sorts of valuable things. And just, the first day gone, the month you had is no longer a whole month. It's only 29 days or 30 days or whatever. Even 1 day, 1 hour passes, it's no longer a whole day. An hour passes in the minutes. 1 minute gone, it's not as many hours. A minute changes in every second. A minute disintegrates in every second. So the number of minutes we have left to live in 1 second is gone. And that in fractions of seconds and so forth. So with every instant, if you think in this way, this may help you to start to get a feeling, with every instant, the number of seconds I have left to live is less. Which means the number of minutes I have left to live is less. The number of hours I have left to live is less because the hours are made up of minutes. And so forth. Days, weeks, months, years, decades. In that way, my life is going to finish. In that way, I'm approaching death. The time that I have left is constantly decreasing. So I'm definitely going to die. Does that make sense? I've forgotten this young lady. What's your name?
Carrie.
Carrie. What was the, of these three, we haven't talked about the third reason. What was the first reason?
That,
No.
death comes to all, no avoiding it.
Okay, Lord, if death comes to everyone, or death comes to everyone, there's no way, nowhere to go, no way to avoid it, right? How about the second point?
We just talked about that.
Yeah, exactly. No, don't look at it, don't look at it. It's good exercise.
Okay, alright, so at the time of death, there is no expansion of your life.
Right, no
Right.
extension or
No
no
extension.
increase of life, right?
And that your lifespan, or at the time of death, your life is decreasing every moment exponentially, right?
At the time of death, not now, only at the time of
Well,
death.
no, now. So at the time of death, there's no
Extra life.
extending,
Yeah.
and then your lifespan is,
And what lifespan we do have left, you know, we might think, okay, at the time of death I can't get anything, but that's still far off. But we're approaching that every instant. It's like the person going to the gallows. With every step, they're getting closer to that. See if you can come up with some examples, some analogies like that from your own experience. Okay? Make sense? Okay, those 2 points. Third point, to understand, to bring about a realization of the certainty of death, is that we spend most of our life not practicing the Dharma. Now this takes some thought. You may think, well, what does this have to do with certainty of death? Like this. When we're a child, and most of us, I'm not sure if you're like me, most of us, I believe, didn't meet the Dharma until we were already, we were not a child when we met the Dharma. Anyone meet the Dharma when they were a child? Maybe Matt? Did you meet the Dharma? No, how old are you?
What?
How old are you?
I'm 39.
I thought you were 40 a little while.
I'll be 40 in a
Okay, just teasing.
Actually, one day short from
Okay, good. So when did you meet the Dharma?
that. Personally, about maybe 5 or 6. My mom lived in Japan, so a lot of her friends were Japanese and they practiced Zen.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I really started studying around 13.
Study when you're 13.
Zen.
No, yeah. Okay. Most of us, even if we encounter the Dharma when we're very young, we don't really start to practice or know about it or study about it until we're teen. And then whether we start to practice or not is maybe when we start to have some feeling, the urgency of practicing. Either we're inspired by a great spiritual teacher or by meditating on death, some other thing. Usually this meditation on death is something that the great yogis and yoginis said was instrumental in their becoming authentic practitioners.
Yeah, I had a near-death experience with pneumonia when I was 3, so I was really interested when I was here in Sunday school. The few times that I went, it didn't make sense. And so I was interested in what my mom's friends were talking about.
After the near-death experience. This Coke Zero is finishing with every sip. See it?
That's the post-near-death experience.
That's right.
Went down quite a bit there. Whatever you do, when you have your meal, huge meal, you don't think you're going to be able to finish. See how it finishes in the smallest bite. So this third point. Most of our life is spent not practicing the Dharma. When we're a child, we don't encounter the Dharma when we're very young. We don't know language and so forth. We play. Even when we've encountered the study of Dharma, for many, many years, we don't practice in any authentic way. Everything is mixed with still an urge to engage in the 8 worldly concerns, 8 worldly dharmas. That's our main concern. Have friends, accumulate wealth, get possessions, be famous or loved or whatever. The end of life, when we become feeble and old, very difficult to practice the Dharma. In the middle of life, years pass. This is what often happens at the time of death, this regret. Our life, where did my life go? I had the intention at one point of practicing the Dharma, but I got caught up in all sorts of worldly affairs. Like that, our life passes without the practice of Dharma. Now, how does this ask you, how do you think that understanding that, meditating on that, would lead you to a certainty that death is definite, or certainty that you're going to die? That third point. First point makes sense. Lord of Death comes to everyone, there's no way to escape him. Therefore, I'm going to die. Second point, at the time of death, there's no extra life, and what lifespan I have left is constantly eroding. So, yeah, I'm going to die. You know, at the time of death, I can't get any extra life, and every moment I'm approaching death. Or you can put it in other order. Every moment I'm approaching death, and at the time of death, maybe that makes more sense, and at the time of death, there's no extension. I'm coming up to that quickly, it's eroding, and when it comes, there's no extra life. Therefore, I'm going to die. That can give that. But how about this third point? What do you think, Jeff? Have you ever thought of that?
It doesn't lead me there other than the motivation.
Yeah, one of our teachers said that this is a little bit different than a logical reason. This is called a reason for experience. That recognizing in this way can encourage you to make the conclusion of this first meditation. So what do I mean by that? The first point was, of these 9-point meditation, there were 3 outlines, right? Death is definite. The time of death is uncertain or indefinite. There's nothing that helps at the time of death except the Dharma. So if you have an experience of the certainty of death, that death is definite, what is the conclusion that you can draw from that? From a Dharma perspective, the conclusion that you draw from that is, I must practice the Dharma, because death is definite. It's not as though, you know, there's not going to be future lives. It's not as though I'm not going to die and there's not going to be future lives. I'm definitely going to die. Future lives will come that are dependent upon my activities now, on the karma that I create now. Therefore, if you know that death is definite, you recognize I have to practice the Dharma, because that's what will protect me in future lifetimes. This third point, recognizing that most of our life is spent not practicing the Dharma, or you say not spent practicing the Dharma, does that mean the same thing? Not practicing the Dharma is not spent practicing the Dharma, or is spent not practicing the Dharma? A little bit different. Anyway, either way, this can give some impetus to that realization that I must practice the Dharma. Because in the course of most people's lives, our own up until now, we haven't really practiced the Dharma. Okay? Each of these 3 points have a kind of conclusion. When you get the taste of that, sort of the conclusion is maybe like, what's the imperative from this? What am I impelled to do as a consequence of the fact that death is definite? I better practice the Dharma, because I'm going to die. Okay. Let me ask you, if you have any, do you have any questions about this first point? Should we try a little meditation? Why don't we try to Before I do that, let me ask, who can I ask? Jeff. What are, the first point, death is definite. What are the three so-called reasons?
I don't remember, George.
Oh. The time of death is approached so much as memory is gone.
You can't avoid Yama.
Pardon?
No one can avoid Yama.
No one can avoid Yama. Lord of Death comes to everyone. Yama comes to everyone. There's no way to avoid him. Yeah? Then? Second point?
At the time of death, there is no extension of life.
Right.
And at all times, your life is receding,
Right.
decreasing.
Unlike my head, like my hairline. It's already receding. I'm going to revise and put it in the other direction. It
Right,
makes more
work the
sense.
other way
Yes, yeah.
It does.
Every instant we're approaching death, and when you reach there, there's no extra life. You can't beg, borrow any extra, ask for an extra cigarette. Yama, just give me 5 minutes. I want to meditate on bodhicitta. I've always meant to do Tonglen. No time at that time. And third one?
I've spent most of my life not practicing the Dharma.
That sounds very personal.
Don't be funny.
Okay, I'm joking.
No, but you're serious.
In my case, I'm serious. Okay, let's spend a couple minutes trying to get a little taste of this before we finish. We'll do a dedication at the end also. So sit comfortably. Relax your body. Relax your mind. Take a breath. Watch your breathing just for a few respirations. Try to focus your mindfulness. Slow your respiration. And then bring your attention to your mental consciousness, perhaps at your heart chakra. It helps. Away from your senses. Your mind experiencing your mind. The clear light nature of your mind. Don't be concerned with the content, but with the container. The substratum of the mind within which the contents, the thoughts and feelings and so forth are arising. Let go of the appearance of your body. Let go of the appearance of an ego observing the mind. And even let go of your, at first approximation, mental image of the mind. Try to sense the actual mind within which that appearance is arising. Let go again and again. Within the spaciousness of your mind, whatever distracting thoughts occur will become quite obvious as distractions. Even their occurrence can be used to reaffirm the spaciousness of the mind, the non-obstructive nature of the mind. Even your faults, your attachment, the things you may feel regret about or pride over, positive things, all of those things that appear to your mind can only appear there because of the spaciousness of your mind. refocus on that spaciousness rather than the individual facets, the contents of the mind. And then think like this. Although I'm alive, I'm definitely going to die. I myself will definitely pass away, die. That means my mind stream will leave this body, no longer have this life. I'm definitely going to die because death comes to everyone. There's no way to avoid it. Think of the great people of the past. Abraham Lincoln, great politicians, great warriors, powerful people, kind people. Search in your mind if there's anyone who is known not to have died, who is believed to still be alive. All beings like that get older, eventually die, have died. Let's start with our older companions and relatives rather than younger. Those people that I know now that are still alive, my relatives, they'll get older. They may need care in an old age home. They'll walk unsteadily. Eventually, as their power decreases, faculties decrease as they get older, they'll eventually die. Think of the people that you have known in this lifetime, if you have known any, your relatives or friends or others, that you recall when they were younger, vibrant, got older, eventually passed away. Like that, those that are older than I now will definitely die. Enemies, friends, strangers, doesn't matter. People my own age, my brothers, sisters, companions, lovers, they will get older. In 5 years, 10 years, maybe 20 years, there'll be a discernible decay in their abilities. They'll say, oh, I'm getting older. Can't kick the ball like I used to. Can't run like I used to. Can't walk up the stairs. They will need often some medical attention as they get older. Maybe their hearing will begin to go, their eyesight. Their hair will get grayer, skin less supple, wrinkled. to have blankets on to keep warm, even while sitting in the chair. Eventually they will die. My brothers, sisters, my colleagues, so to speak. Those younger than I, teenagers, youngsters, children, they'll become adolescents, high school, college, working, perhaps having a job, maybe meditating. They'll grow older. They'll be like myself. They'll grow older like those that are older than I now. And like everyone else, they will die. The little children that I know will die. Like watching a time-lapse photography. The same face, day by day, year by year, growing older. They'll definitely die. Just as everyone else has died, will die, just as the Lord of Death comes to everyone, it will come to me. I'll get older. 1 year from now, 5 years from now, some discernible changes, 10 years from now, 20, 30, whatever. Like the others, I will definitely die. That means I will no longer have this rebirth of leisure and endowment. My mind will leave for where I don't know now. I'll definitely die. There's no way that I can avoid that, avoid the Lord of Death. I can't go to a place where death does not reach me. Just like the grandmother couldn't have the lice brought to a place where they wouldn't die. Eventually, I'll die. Even if I am frozen, cryogenically, have stem cell injections, transplant all my organs, the karma that I have to live will decrease. Eventually I'll die. Definitely die. Whatever little glimmer of experience of that, try to hold it for whatever time you can. When you're holding it, you no longer have to analyze with reasons. You just hold that taste. And think further. With every instant, I'm approaching death. like a condemned man taking his last steps toward the gallows. Every step he takes, he's that much closer to death. Every instant, I'm getting older. I'm getting closer to death. Most of the time, I'm not practicing all those instants. Just as my supersized drink at the fast food store is exhausted with every sip, seemingly inexhaustible at first, with every sip getting closer to being finished. Like that, my life is exhausting with every instant. The life I have left to live is exhausting. When I reach the time of death, there's no extension, there's no way to ask for a longer period, some forgiveness, some special time out. When the karma finishes inexorably, without choice, I have to leave this life. Unlike the football team in the last minutes of the game, the coach sends in a player who pretends to be injured, calls an extra timeout. There's no timeout at the time of death. What does that mean? It means that I'm definitely going to die. I'm definitely going to leave this body, this gross mind that I have now, that has the capacity of developing Dharma realizations that bring me and others bliss and happiness. All of this has to be left behind. In addition, I spend and have spent most of my life not practicing the Dharma. As a child, don't practice. As an adult, I spend a third of my day in sleep. How many hours in eating, preparing food, seeking food? How many hours in the necessary labor to make a living? The necessary hours in relaxing? No time to practice the Dharma. As I grow older, my senses become less strong, my mind becomes less strong, I have less energy. I don't practice the Dharma. So at the time of death, I'll die. As has most people, as have most people, with regret, with fear. If we know about what can be done with actual remorse, regret that we didn't practice the Dharma. why did I waste that time? Like this, life passes at every instant, approaching death like a race car driving on a dark stadium where there are big cement barriers placed at unknown distances and angles. Racing around, sooner or later I'm definitely going to hit one of them. Definitely I'm going to die. If you get some little intimation of that, some kind of indescribable tickling, some little experience of that, try to hold that, hold on to that, recall it. All this has to be left behind, definitely. What conclusion can we draw from this? I must practice the Dharma. If we lived eternally, if there were no law of cause and effect, no karma, I wouldn't have to practice the Dharma. But although I don't perceive these things intuitively, karma and reincarnation and so forth, I have some openness to their existence. I'm definitely going to die, therefore I must practice the Dharma. Because only Dharma can help us after this life is gone. The Lord of Death comes to everyone. There's no way to escape him. I'm exactly like that. Death will come to me. With every instant, every day, every month, my lifespan is decreasing. I'm getting closer to death. With every instant, and when that time comes, there's no extra life. There's no reprieve. There's nothing I can do at that time. Only regret. Most of the time, as a child, as an old person, I don't practice. Even as an adult, distracted in so many ways. Sleeping, eating, working, amusing, distracted. What am I to do? I'm definitely going to die. I must practice the Dharma. This life of leisure and endowment, which has a special meaning, special purpose of being the perfect vehicle to practice the Dharma, the Saddharma, the holy Dharma. This is constantly eroding, so I must make use of it. Like a criminal who has come across some plates to print $100 bills, but only has them for a short time, overnight. Every instant, they're going to be practicing, they're going to be printing out those dollars, because they know it has an end, the time that they have to use those plates. Like that, I must, because I'm going to die, it has a finite lifespan of leisure endowment, I must practice the Dharma. If you get a little bit of taste of that, try to hold it single-pointedly without being distracted. And then think, this morning, this afternoon, I've definitely created virtuous karma due to my motivation, the subjects talked about, the thoughts that I've had. May this merit not simply ripen in some samsaric pleasure in the future that's experienced with ego grasping and self-interest. In whatever way it ripens, may it become the cause of my continued spiritual practice, developing the understanding of impermanence and death and impermanence, subtle impermanence. Due to this, may I develop renunciation, expanding that toward all living beings, develop bodhicitta, loving compassion, concern for others, enhanced by the wisdom that realizes emptiness, selflessness. May I practice the Bodhisattva path, perhaps encounter Tantra, and quickly achieve enlightenment, very quickly, from which state I will have achieved my own goal of perfect, everlasting, blissful happiness and the goal of others, compassionately manifesting for their benefit, leading them out of samsara to nirvana, eventually to enlightenment. I dedicate these merits that I might quickly become a fully enlightened Buddha for the welfare of all living beings.